We are now live.
Good evening. Thank you all for attending today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board, opening this meeting Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. We will start our meeting, as we have done throughout this year, with Territorial land acknowledgement. And I'm going to turn it over to Student Board Member Georgia Beard to present for us.
Hello. Okay. I acknowledge the Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory in the homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to learning to how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of the American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
Thank you, Georgia. Nicely done. We will continue to honor the past and the present for the future of this land and for our school community with respect and gratitude. Everyone could please rise. Everyone in attendance, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Our hearts are broken. The horrific incident yesterday that took place at Robb Elementary School in Texas is devastating. It's hard to hear about these tragedies and not think about our own families, our own students, our own schools. I usually take the time at the start of our meetings to give some grounding remarks, but my heart right now is too broken. Even when we have so many things to celebrate, the end of the school year, graduations, summer camps for the kiddos, warm weather, summertime activities. My thoughts are not there today. The horror of yesterday keeps happening, and no matter who you are, it's gut-wrenching to think about the innocent victims, children and teachers, and what's going on in our society that could bring someone to commit such atrocities. After incidents like these, there's of course immediate strong reactions, a lot of talk, calls for action, reform, policy making, blame, always who's to blame. But right now for me, my emotions are too raw to speak of stupid political differences and opinions. We need to get ourselves through tonight's meeting. We need to get through the school year. We need to hug our little ones a little tighter. But right now we do what humans do in instances like this, a moment of silence, reflect, and prayers for the victims of the families. Silence for mass shootings have become pretty routine. And that maybe that's one more thing for us to reflect on tonight. So we'll begin our meeting with a moment of silence for the souls of the victims and for the survivors whose lives are now forever changed. Thank you for the silence. Agenda item C3, report on actions taken in closed session. There are no actions to report. C4, items considered in closed session for action in open session. No items to report. C5, statements of abstention. Are there statements of abstention tonight? Seeing none. Adjustments to the agenda. Do we have adjustments, board members? Omar?
I think under consent items, I'd like to pull F5, F8, and F14.
I didn't quite catch that, Omar. Which consent items?
F5, F8, and F14.
5, 6, and 14. 8
5, 8, and 14.
and 14. All right.
Thank you.
Other board members? I would like to make an adjustment. We have a very long agenda tonight. I would like if we could adjust E4, E5, and E6 and place these items at the end of the agenda following E11. Okay. Seeking approval for these adjustments. That's a pretty big bite. Board members, if you could just give a nod. Okay. All right. We'll move on to C7, special presentations for students of the month and certificated classified employees of the month.
President Sheffield, would we like to ask the members of the public if they wish to pull any consent items?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Dina.
For any members of the public that would like to pull a consent item for public comment later on in the meeting, please go ahead and raise your hand on Zoom at this time. And there were no hands raised.
Thank you. All right, now we will move on to our C7 special presentation for student of the month and certificated classified employees of the month. Tonight, we are honoring students and staff from Proctor Terrace, Biella, and Santa Rosa Charter for the Arts. The presentation will recognize our students for their academics, their character, and their praiseworthy accomplishments. We will also be honoring our certificated and classified employees for their outstanding dedication and service. So joining us for these presentations, we have principals from the schools. We will start with Proctor Terrace. We have Principal Davis.
Just quick tap. Should be blue. Thank you. All right, better? Oh, I can hear myself better. Okay, so again, I'm Amanda Davis. I'm the principal at Proctor Terrace Elementary School, and I have the privilege tonight of recognizing 3 individuals of our community. I'm going to start with our certificated member, Miss Carol Forrest, first grade teacher, who's here with us tonight. Woo! Carol Forrest is Proctor Terrace's certificated staff member who is being recognized tonight. Ms. Forrest teaches some of our youngest students on campus. She brings so much joy and love of learning to our community. The students in her classroom are always buzzing with excitement as she provides meaningful learning opportunities filled with exploration. Ms. Forrest is a dedicated teacher, and her commitment to education is astounding. She serves our school community in a variety of roles, such as one of our lead teachers, Elac representative, and PTA representative. She continues to build and maintain relationships with our families built upon trust. Ms. Forrest takes initiative and is a team player. She helps supervise students when staffing has been compromised, which provides the opportunity to connect with former students. She teaches an after-school program for our primary EL students, as teaching students English is a passion of hers. She celebrates students' cultures, making a community where all students feel welcome. Our Proctor Terrace community is fortunate to have Carol educating students, leading our team, and inspiring all who work alongside her. Congratulations to Miss Carol Forrest, our first grade teacher.
Congratulations, Carol. We're big fans in my house.
I'm sorry? And our next person to recognize tonight is our classified team member, Lexi Prom. The Proctor Terrace community selected Lexi Prom as our classified team member for the month. Lexi is one of our noon duty supervisors at Proctor Terrace. She invests in building relationships with students and staff. The students always know they can go to Miss Lexi when they need assistance or even have something special to share with her. She is restorative in the way that she problem solves with students, and she supports them in using tools to communicate to overcome disagreements. As a member of the noon duty team, she actively collaborates with others and is solution-based in her work. Lexi has been incredibly flexible and filled various roles in order to support our team. She spent a lot of this year in the front office, navigating all things COVID while learning new systems and processes. We appreciate her willingness to jump right in and be a team player with a positive attitude and outlook. Congratulations to Lexi Prom.
Congratulations, Lexi.
And our third person that we get to recognize tonight in our community is Mr. Ben Hunter, sixth grade student. It is with great pleasure that the Proctor Terrace community recognizes Ben Hunter as the Student of the Month for Santa Rosa City Schools. Ben is a sixth grade student who has continued to learn and become confident young individual over the last few years. His teacher, Ms. Hyatt, has had Ben for the last 2 school years and states that she has witnessed a different Ben this school year. One who grew not only academically, but personally and emotionally. Ben became an eager, involved leader in his sixth grade classroom. We have never heard Ben speak an unkind word to a student in class, and in fact, he has become unafraid to speak up for what needs to be done or injustices that may take place on the schoolyard. His actions speak volumes. He speaks in a way that can be heard to friends and adults alike. As a result, his classmates respect and admire him. Ben has requested to be the classroom runner for several months, and he manages this job easily along with his regular workload. Ben helps out after school every day in the classroom and will help in any task, big or small. He has given up recesses just to help set up activities or to work out a problem. He is respectful and kind to the teachers he interacts with, and not only makes a delivery to another classroom, but makes sure to take the initiative to report back to his teacher any messages from the classrooms he's visited. Ben will take on any job, big or small, and to complete it with pride and a smile on his face. Ben is respected by his peers because he is kind, reliable, trustworthy, and just plain fun to be around. We are so proud of Ben for bringing his A game to sixth grade. It has not gone unnoticed by all who work with them. Congratulations to Ben, and unfortunately he's not able to be with us tonight because he's out in Mendocino at Outdoor Ed having a wonderful time, but we look forward to celebrating you in person tomorrow. Thank you.
Congratulations to Ben. Thank you, Principal Davis. Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to Biella, and if we have Principal Tran. She's not in the audience. We could have her.
For Biella?
Yes,
Yes. Ben Tran.
there we go.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
Joining from online. I'm a little under the weather, so please excuse me. Today, I get the opportunity to recognize 3 special people from our school site. Our Student of the Month, our certificated, and our classified member. I would like to start with our student, if that's possible. And we're all joining in online tonight because a few of us are under the weather. So if we can bring forth our student.
If the student award recipient for Biella is present, could you please raise your hand at this time? And I see someone by the name of Michelle.
That is mom. So yes, go ahead and let them in.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right, here's our student of the month, Elijah Vang. Now, Elijah is a 6th grade student at Biella, and he was chosen for student of the month because he has the qualities of an exemplary student. His teacher shares Elijah is a young man deserving of recognition. There are many things to admire about Elijah, but the thing that stands out the most is his empathy. Elijah can always be counted on to help another student who is experiencing a difficult day. While Elijah has strong opinions, he's also open to other people's ideas and open to changing his mind if arguments are logical. We will miss Elijah at Biella. We will miss his smile, conversation, laugh, kind words, his love of history, and inquisitive mind. Wherever Elijah goes in the future, he will bring these traits with him, making any place a better place. Congratulations, Elijah. You have earned this award over the hard days and years you've worked as a committed student and just being an amazing person. Congratulations, Elijah, this honor is for you today. Thank you so much. Very humble here, Elijah. We're also going to recognize our staff member, certificated staff member of the month. And I believe she's joining us online as well. I guess we can bring her forward.
Principal Tran, she's on her way over.
Thank you so much. All right, we have our certificated employee of the month, Jennifer Evans, with us today. Jennifer Evans was chosen to be Biella certificated employee of the month because her willingness to serve students and be an amazing team player. She's one of our 6th grade teachers and loves to guide students to love reading. She has strength in building relationships with her students. She once shared with me that the key to building relationships with her students was the fact that she treats each of her students as individuals and not little kids. This academic year, Jennifer took an active leadership role for the betterment of our school. She is currently one of our site leads and also helps lead student council. She is approaching her 7th year as a teacher with confidence, grace, and a supportive attitude. She's well deserving of this honor, and I'm happy to have her as a teammate on my staff. This recognition is for you, Jennifer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And we also have our classified employee of the month, if we can bring her forward as well.
She's on her way over.
Awesome. All right.
Hey, Annette.
So our classified employee of the month at Biella is Annette Ochoa. And Annette was chosen to be Biella's classified employee of the month. She serves as our family engagement facilitator since last school year. She has a can-do attitude and is always willing to do what she can, asking what she can do to support our team. We have increased our family engagement through her efforts, through calling, meeting, leading discussions in Elac, and just much more. She greets our English learner families with dignity and respect. She advocates, supports, and provides resources for all of our families. She goes above and beyond to support students, families, and her colleagues. Annette exemplifies what an ideal employee looks like, and we are so fortunate to have her as a part of our Biella team. So this recognition is for you, Annette.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Tran.
Thank you as well.
All right, we will move on to Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. And we have Principal Vogel. In-house.
Good evening.
Hello, welcome.
Our certificated employee of the month for Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts is Sally Genolio. Sally Genolio has been an integral part of the teaching staff at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts for the past 5 years. As a first grade teacher, Sally engaged her students in lessons through her thoughtful planning, incorporating her students' interests into them. Sally created a calm and centered environment for her students, ensuring that their needs were met so that they were ready to learn. This year, Sally took on the role of TOSA as our reading intervention specialist. This was a role new to our school this year. Sally is credited with building our reading intervention program to what it is today from scratch. At the beginning of the school year, Sally created an amazing reading lab on campus that is warm and inviting. Become proficient with the reading intervention curriculum, thoughtfully added to the library to ensure that there were plenty of high interest books for students to engage with at both their just right and instructional levels. Many times, students who are struggling in reading become embarrassed about their reading skills and may be hesitant to engage with reading or learn to present as stronger readers than they are. Well aware of this, Sally created a safe environment for all of her students to take risks in their learning. She thoughtfully and strategically created and rearranged student groupings to ensure that students were properly being challenged in small group dynamics that would support risk-taking in improving reading skills. Through her data-driven instruction, Sally was able to maximize the time working with her students by ensuring that students were growing their reading skills and moving them to a more rigorous level at a steady pace. In addition to being a strong teacher and reading intervention specialist, Sally is a collaborative and supportive colleague to her peers. She is always willing to be a thoughtful partner with teachers and staff, sharing both ideas, lessons, and materials. Sally brings positivity to her work every day. We are so fortunate to have Sally Genolio as part of our teaching team at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. She is a hard-working and deeply dedicated teacher. Congratulations, Sally.
Congratulations, Sally. Thank you.
Our classified employee of the month for Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts is Bianca Hammeter. Bianca has been the elementary health technician at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts for the past 3 years. Bianca shows up to work every day with a positive can-do attitude. It is clear that Bianca cares deeply about the well-being of every member of our school community. She is a team player willing to take on many roles to ensure the success of our students, staff, and families. In addition to managing our COVID protocols, contact tracing, and isolation tent, Bianca is willing to fill in for lunch supervision and support with office coverage when needed. She does all of this with grace and kindness. Bianca has worked to build trust and rapport with our students. When a student falls ill, Bianca is the first to check on them to learn more about what is going on. Bianca's efficient and gentle manner ensures that our students feel taken care of. Through her clear and compassionate communication, Bianca has supported our families in navigating the sometimes confusing and changing quarantine and COVID safety protocols. Bianca is a team player who significantly contributes to our sense of collective accomplishment on a daily basis. Congratulations, Bianca.
Congratulations.
Our student of the month is Dylan Buchanani Paris. Dylan has been a student at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts since she was in 3rd grade. Dylan is now in 8th grade. Dylan is a student who encourages others and leads by example. She always puts maximum effort into her work and contributes to class discussion. She has had a great sense of humor and is an active student in extracurriculars. Dylan plays intramural sports and is a solid teammate in both flag football and Quidditch. Yes, Quidditch. Dylan is an active member in our student leadership club. She helped plan our middle school dance, a canned food drive, and several spirit days. Ms. Buchanani Paris has been a dedicated member of the Restorative Student Council, which is a select group of 8th graders who help resolve conflicts among the primary students on campus. Dylan is a student who values academics as well as a fun school environment. During distance learning, Dylan kept working hard and made sure to complete each and every assignment. The teachers and staff at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts are so proud of you, Dylan. Congratulations, you earned it.
Congratulations, Dylan. Congratulations. We're all pulling for you to get that Quidditch scholarship. All right, well, thank you, principals, and congratulations once more to our students and staff. We're all very proud of you. We're going to move on to agenda item C8, school site parent organization updates, and we have representatives from these schools. We'll start with Proctor Terrace and Gina, if we have Gina. Hello, Gina.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm thrilled to be here representing the Proctor Terrace community. We've had an eventful year at Proctor Terrace. We've had an eventful year at Proctor Terrace with teachers, staff, and parent volunteers coming together to facilitate all the extra events and programs that make our children's school experience so special. The year began with the return of Tigerfest, which is our annual fall carnival with students playing games, showing off costumes, socializing, and winning prizes in small shifts on the blacktop as COVID was still in full swing, if it is not still in full swing. Longtime parent volunteer Maureen Ryan revived our art docent program, in which parents come in and facilitate art lessons and projects based on a curriculum provided by the art docent program, which is funded by PTA. Students absolutely love their art docent days, and it is the talk of pickup. Garden coordinator and master gardener Carla Barber-Sunberg has been hard at work as usual, bringing our students a taste of farm to table and so much more. In the garden, students have the priceless experience of connecting with the earth and learning about nature and food production in a tangible way. The garden team has also been diligently chipping away at the new habitat garden going in at Proctor. The garden will include a mixture of native plants, which attract pollinators. This year, our readathon, led by parent volunteer Kate Lewis, was combined with Kindness Week and was both a great learning and fundraising success. Students had the opportunity to read to a dog to build confidence, dress as their favorite fictional character, and more. Our spring art show and open house featuring the students' artwork was on the 19th. Students provided not only art, but also beautiful music as a backdrop to further welcome families back onto campus and rebuild community. Students have been enjoying field trips to the Sonoma County Water Agency and Rancho Mark West. Even as we speak, our 6th graders are returning from outdoor ed in Mendocino, where they're deepening their commitment to be stewards of the environment. Of course, none of these amazing things would be possible without the tireless commitment of our teachers. They are truly the foundation of our school. Together with parent volunteers, they make Proctor the magical place it is, filling in the gaps where state and local funding are lacking to give our children the best possible experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gina. And next up, we have Aaron from Biella. Do we have Erin Dekleva?
President Sheffield, she's on her way over.
Great, thank you. Hi, Erin, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. Good evening. My name is Erin DeCleva, and I am the co-president of the Biella PTA. I'm the mother of 2 current Biella students, and I'm an educator in the Kentucky Runner Park Unified School District. I'm proud to report that the Biella PTA has been hard at work this school year. We're funding incentives programs to help with behavior in classrooms. We provide teacher supplies, including some new kits for first grade science, supporting staff and teacher appreciation weeks. And we finished updating the emergency backpacks for the school and resupplying classrooms with updated water bottles and non-peanut based snacks. In addition, the PTA carried off a really successful walkathon 2 weeks ago, including a student art contest for the design of a t-shirt. It was won by a 6th grade student who designed a really wonderful mascot picture, so 2 herons on the front. The t-shirt was then worn by students during the walkathon. They got prizes for laps completed and a fresh fruit cup snack donated by Oliver's. It was a really wonderful event that brought our school community together. They were really exhausted after the exercise, and the walkathon raised more than $3,500 for the PTA. So it was a really successful event. Next school year, the PTA is really looking forward to pursuing a multicultural event, and we really want to host an authentic science fair event as well to support STEAM at Biella. So we can't wait for next school year and looking forward to future successes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next we have representative from Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. We have Tara Renner.
She's on her way over.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello, welcome.
I'm Tara Renner. I'm a member of SACO, the School for the Arts Community Organization, which is the PTO at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. The 2021-2022 school year has been a year of rebuilding the board for us after returning to campus after distance learning. We began the year with our annual SEED drive, which is the Student Education Enhancement Drive. Our community raised $7,400 for our teachers to purchase supplies to enhance the arts integrated education of our students. Our annual budget was passed in November, which allocated funds to various items, including new art tables to our classrooms, a kiln, ceramic supplies, chairs for our 8th grade chair project, library improvements, instrument maintenance, the school garden, science lab supplies, dance room supplies, and leadership supplies, and many more. We hosted a very successful book fair in February, which funded even more new books for our libraries and classrooms. The students loved the book fair as always. The first week of May brought Teacher Appreciation Week. SACO hosted morning donuts and coffee, and then on another day, lunch for the faculty and staff. A couple of weeks ago, we were ecstatic to bring back our annual art walk, our version of the walkathon, after missing out on it last year. The students, parents, and staff had an amazing day of music, walking, prizes, raffle baskets, and time spent with each other. We have currently raised $20,000 and are still collecting funds for a few more days. Looking forward to 2022-2023, we hope to grow our board to its 10 parent volunteer capacity. We're also looking forward to planning the Welcome Back Ice Cream Social to kick off the school year. We've missed that for a few years. And we know 2022-23 is going to be a great year. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you all parents for your updates. We're going to move on to agenda item C9, public comment on non-agenda items. We do have a blue card from Gabriel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think you
Welcome.
can hear me. Thank you. Gabriel Boveda here, principal, LC Allen High School. I wrote a few things down I want to share. It's with great pleasure that I come before you to give you a brief history of the great work that we've been working at LC Allen. I know I was here in March. A lot has happened since then, and I'm excited to share that with all of you. Since then, our staff had approved a 7-day period for our EL students, struggling students, and offer them the opportunity to take more classes and also elective courses that our EL students were not able to take. As our community should know, we have the university program that offers free tuition to Sonoma State University, a partnership between Santa Rosa City Schools and Sonoma State, offering a full year of college tuition savings of over $10,000. We've also had our design team that have come and presented to the board, and will come back again in June in support of our graduate profile that will give our students relevant pathways that integrate both CTE and college prep courses, as well as offer the academic and social emotional skills development support necessary to enable all students to complete the college preparatory curriculum at our school. And we've also had stakeholder engagement in the co-design process, engaging LCL and high school students along with Cesar Chavez, Language Academy students, parents, educators, and local employers to define what it means to be prepared upon completion of high school and to provide input on new models of education and learning, validating LCL and high school's graduate profile, identifying skills, mindset, and attributes that they believe that the students need to be successful in our economy, our community, and life. And we can't forget the vision that we had a few years ago to create Sonoma County's first dual immersion high school. That work included the transformation of LCL and high school to a model devoted to develop a multilingual, multicultural literacy that celebrates the richness of the students and serves as a resource that sustains and enriches the Southwest Santa Rosa community, and also contributing to a pipeline of bilingual, multicultural local workforce. And who can forget the WASC accreditation that we just received for 6 years? We've also applied for a $300,000 CDE dual language grant, our new school model grant of $50,000 with the CTE Foundation. And with the help of the CTE Foundation, as of yesterday, we've been granted a $1.1 million grant.
All right.
So
Thank you,
excited
Gabe. We've
about
got to
that.
wrap it up, but thank you. Thank you. There's so much to appreciate. So
And last thing, I just want to thank this board, along with the CTE Foundation, Superintendent Chanel, Amber Figueroa, Stephen Jackson, the continued support and love for our vision that we had a few years ago. And I also want to thank all the folks, the directors, Debbie Cardozo and Levijas Llamas, as well as Tim Zelenardo and Kelly Dillon. So thank you guys.
thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And real quick, tomorrow we have the mural celebration dedication for those that would want to come by. We have an excellent program for everybody. Thank you.
Nice plug. Thank you. All right. Well, we do have a full agenda. We're going to open it up for public comment for folks online, and we're going to set it at 2 minutes.
If there are any members online that would like to comment on a non-agenda item, please raise your hand at this time. And it looks like our first speaker is Diego.
Oh, hi. I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School.
Diego,
and
could we have you state your full name for the record, please?
I'm Diego Guzman Barajas. I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School. I just wanted to make a quick comment about parking. Parking has been like kind of a challenge throughout the year. Not enough parking spaces, and then a lot of people also take our parking spots, I guess. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like maybe designated parking would be appreciated at the school, and if possible, maybe more parking offered. But I know that's probably not as big a deal. My main concern is just having designated parking spots. That's all.
Thank you, Diego.
And President Sheffield, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Wow. All right. We are going to, well, first of all, thank you all to those who spoke with your issues and your concerns. We are going to agenda item C10, special presentation for our outgoing student board member, Georgia.
Good evening, President Sheffield, members of the board, our audience in person and online. This evening is our student board members' last formal meeting. of the school year. And I'd like to just take an opportunity for everyone to give her a round of applause. It takes a lot of courage and determination as a senior at Montgomery High School to balance her studies, being a scholar athlete, and also to balance the responsibilities of being a school board member. So we have for you a little gift. I'm just going to pass it down as a token of our gratitude and the excitement for what's ahead for you. We're wishing you well. And we would love for you to open it here. And also if you could share with us what your future plans are.
Yes.
Thank you. Get to the good stuff.
That's right. Oh.
So what we've provided to her is a beautiful leather journal so that she can do whatever she needs to do to document and be successful in her future endeavors. It has a heart on it.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Hi. My future plans. I am going to the Santa Barbara City College and then hoping to transfer after 2 years to a UC, hopefully. I'm not sure if I want to do UCSB, but if I like it in Santa Barbara, then I'm going to go for that. Yeah, and I'm going to play tennis. I'm going to play tennis a little bit in between. Not sure if I'm going to play for the college, but I've been training for 16 years, so I feel like I'm gonna have a hard time completely leaving it behind. So I'll play here and there. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
you'll
not
do
sure what
great.
I want my major
You
to be
will
though.
do great wherever you go. Awesome.
Thank you.
Georgia, I just want to say, thank you for being the voice of our students and for representing the values and the interests of our schools. And you have offered a lot of perspective and insight to all of us. And you're a bright star, and we know that you will continue to shine. So thank you so much for your dedication and your commitment to this task.
thank you so much.
Other board members, anything you want to add?
I've gotten to sit by Georgia for most of the meetings that are in person, and it was a long time to meet you in person. But as a Viking, you're doing a good job because really, you got selected from your high school to be a board member. So you've learned a lot, you've contributed. I wish you the best. You're a thoughtful person. Congratulations. Thank you for being with us. Her whispers to me and back and forth, she's so interested. It's great.
Thank you, Georgia.
Georgia, I just want to say that it's very refreshing to see young students engage in our democratic process. This is not a fun position, right? We ask a lot of you. You've been here without complaining during your IB tests. And I just want to say those don't go unnoticed. I just want to say thank you, and I wish you the best of luck for your future endeavors. Take care.
Trustee Manieri, I see your hand raised.
Thank you. I just want to say I am so excited for you, Georgia, and you have demonstrated just a level of determination and perseverance, and it's just really inspiring. And I know that you've inspired so many other young people to step up and to do things and to be engaged. So you definitely left your mark in Santa Rosa on Montgomery High School in Sonoma County. And I am just so excited to see everything that you accomplish as you head on out and fly and spread your wings. And I just can't emphasize like how excited I am for you. Santa Barbara is going to be so fun. You're going to have such a good time. And I wish you the best of luck. And I know that you're going to do amazing things.
All right. Well, thank you again, Georgia. We're going to move on to our D items, our reports. We will start with D1, our CSEA president, Mary Lehman. Come on down, Mary. Welcome.
No.
Really have to speak into this one.
We're in the back, and I'm not sure that you asked for public comment from people in person. And I have Meryl in the back, and she would like to public comment on non-agenda items in person.
All right, we can do that.
Before I give my report, I don't know,
She's here, let's go ahead, let's do it.
Can she go ahead?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Continue.
Good evening, Superintendent Trinnell, President Sheffield, and members of the board. I'll be on my tiptoes all night. I'm Meryl. I teach 5th grade at Monroe Elementary School. Remember when COVID was brand new and schools were shut down and students and families were stuck at home? Teachers and all members of the community were safe. The past tense is what I'd like to emphasize because in this district, I do not feel safe. I spoke at the beginning of the month urging you to look at the data points being collected by COVID coordinators. Yet as another COVID outbreak is surging, there's no communication to families about the current situation. In my class alone, there were 5 of us who tested positive within 2 weeks, myself included. In my family, we are dealing with the lasting health effects of COVID as my husband was recently diagnosed with a pulmonary right bundle branch block, which puts him at higher risk of a stroke. Now, in Petaluma City Schools, where my daughter attends, there are emails being sent out if there are classes who have reached the outbreak level. Based on Sonoma County Public Health guidance, an outbreak is defined as at least 3 probable or confirmed COVID cases within a 14-day period. At her school, there is rapid testing on site for those classes and temporary mask mandates. There is communication between COVID coordinators, admins, school staff, and families. Why is there a lack of communication or urgency around these outbreaks in SRCS? Teachers and school staff have been and still are on the front lines of COVID and the pandemic. We are the ones putting on a strong face for students while we are struggling through our own traumas and hardships. We are the ones holding it down while the ship is literally sinking. Do you remember when you had small children? Imagine having 30 children and teaching them during a pandemic. Have you sat in a Title I classroom all day recently? Students this year in our population have had more and more mental health and
Thank you,
behavior
ma'am.
needs
Your
than ever before.
2-minute time limit has been reached. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to our reports, and Mary, CSEA.
Thank you for that. Good evening. Can you hear me now? Good evening, President Sheffield, Superintendent Trinnell, directors, student board member, classified staff, teachers, students, and the community. Our heart goes out to the families and community in Texas. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as we go through this difficult time. On a brighter note, we would again like to extend our congratulations to the classified employees honored tonight by their respective schools. Lexi Prom, Annette Ochoa, and Bianca Hamilton. And congratulations to the students and teachers of the month too. We are looking forward to successful negotiations with the district tomorrow. We support the approval of the Memorandum of Understandings with CSEA coming up in tonight's agenda discussion and action items E4 and E5. Our Chapter 75 will be holding a special meeting to vote in early June. We are grateful for the Classified Employees Professional Development Day happening Wednesday, June 8th. Classified, don't forget to sign up for classes. Our members continue to work hard as the end of the school year is just 6 days away. While most of the teachers are off, the rest of us will be working throughout the summer to support the 13 summer school programs offered beginning June 13th. Don't forget to sign up your students. Have a safe and productive end of the school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Principal Lehman. Agenda item D2, Santa Rosa Teacher Association report. We have President Howell.
President Howell is joining us online, and I have just brought her over.
Thank you. Welcome, President Howell.
Thank you. Good evening, President Sheffield and Superintendent Trinnell. It's good to be with you on Zoom tonight rather than in person. I know that, thank you for your words earlier, President Sheffield, about the tragedy in Texas. I know that all teachers' hearts are there today. And I appreciate the words of Mary Lehman, that our thoughts and prayers, and would emphasize that what we need are actions and policies to make it so that our students don't have to practice lockdowns and active shooter drills, and teachers don't have to worry about whether today is the day they put themselves between students and shooters to keep the kids safe, right? So with that very somber thought, I want to move on and say congratulations to everyone who was our honorees this evening, the teachers, the students, the classified staff. Just hearing about the strength and the accomplishments of all these people, you know, allows us to move forward and realize that, you know, schools are strong, and that we do continue to push forward and educate the kids that show up. So thank you to the SLPs tonight. And I know there's honoring our speech and language pathologists, and also a huge thank you to our administrators this evening. This has been a really hard year for everyone at all levels, students and staff and teachers. And our administrators have also been asked to go the extra mile this year, substituting in classes constantly, doing things around campus that possibly wouldn't have been their job in an easier year. So we're very thankful to our administrators in the district that made getting through this year a little bit easier for all employees. And congratulations and a big thank you to Georgia for your service. Teachers are always happy and proud to see someone, a student, step up to this role and shine. And so it's always great to just see the amazing students that show up at the board to be the student board representative. And so thank you for that. Last time I mentioned a few things that we had hoped could get resolved, and a few of those things have been resolved. So a huge thank you to this board and Superintendent Trinnell. The combination classes at our elementary schools are absolutely at a minimum district-wide, with some creative use of finances and moving around a little bit of not the teachers, but the positions. We know that our elementary kids will benefit from this and build a strong foundation. So thank you so much for the effort you put into that. There's also some efforts being put into making sure that our elementary schools get to keep TOSAs in their positions to give direct support to the elementary students. So we know that all of this effort will lead to, stronger elementary education, which leads to an easier time in middle school, which leads to more success in high school. So we thank you very much for that. It's definitely going to pay off. We're working on an MOU around co-teaching for our students with IEPs in the district. It's not done yet. Hopefully it will be. We're meeting again Monday, and we really want to see this MOU finished before the end of the school year for a lot of reasons, but not the least of which is that we need to get this plan settled so that our students with IEPs have the best possible educational services available to them when school starts again in the fall. So looking forward to presenting that MOU to this board, and that's my report for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Principal Howell. Thank you. All right, well, tonight we have an agenda item under reports, D3, our District English Learner Advisory Committee a presentation report. So if we have Adrian Morris. Hello, Adrian. Welcome.
Buenas tardes, Presidente Sheffield, Superintendente Trunnell, miembros de la Mesa Directiva y Comunidad. Mi nombre es Adrián Juárez, Presidente del Comité de DILAC. Es un placer estar aquí con ustedes esta tarde y compartir con ustedes.
Good evening, President Sheffield, Superintendent Trunnell, members of the board and community. My name is Adrián Juárez, President of DILAC. It is a pleasure to be with you this evening to share.
Estos últimos años han sido difíciles para nuestros hijos, al igual que para muchas familias. Tuvimos que rápidamente adaptarnos a vivir algo que nunca se había vivido con lo de la pandemia.
These last few years have been very difficult for our children as well as for many of our families. We had to quickly adapt to living with something we had never experienced before, the pandemic.
En nuestro comité de DILAC seguimos trabajando arduamente en busca de maneras de implementar el plan maestro para estudiantes aprendices del inglés de este distrito con el presupuesto que el distrito ha asignado para este trabajo.
Our DILAC committee continues to work hard to find a way to implement the district's English Learner Master Plan within the budget that the district has allocated to this purpose.
Primero queremos agradecer la formación del Departamento de Servicios Multilingües. El año pasado se designaron 2 posiciones de especialistas de aprendices de inglés y agradecemos que este año se agregó el puesto de la maestra en asignación especial para así expandir el apoyo hacia nuestros estudiantes.
First, we would like to thank you for the creation of the Multilingual Services Department. Last year, 2 English learner specialist positions were hired, and we appreciate that this year the teacher and special assignment positions were added to expand support for our students.
Estos puestos, al igual que el de los consejeros SOL, han sido de suma importancia para el apoyo de nuestros estudiantes aprendices del inglés a través de todo el distrito. Esperamos que estos apoyos sigan aumentando.
These positions, as well as the 2 SOL counselors, have been invaluable in supporting our English learners throughout the district. We hope that this support will continue to increase.
También este año tuvimos la oportunidad de tener presentadores que asistieron a nuestras reuniones para presentar información para los padres, tales como el Comité Asesor del Condado, estudiantes de Latino Service Providers, estudiantes y personal de la Universidad de Sonoma, por nombrar algunos. A todos se les agradece su tiempo en proveernos información para nosotros poder presentar en nuestros comités de Elac.
Also, this year, we had the opportunity to have presenters attend our meetings to share information for parents, such as the County Advisory Committee, known as the ASC, student presenters from Latino Services Providers, and Sonoma State University students and staff, to name a few. Thank you all for your time spent providing information for us. at our Elac Meeting.
A finales de febrero, la Oficina de Educación del Condado de Sonoma tuvo el Instituto de Liderazgo para Padres de Estudiantes Aprendices de Inglés y Estudiantes Migrantes. Aunque fue un instituto virtual, proveó información muy valiosa para los padres que asistieron.
In late February, the Sonoma County Office of Education held a Parent Leadership Institute for English learners and migrant students. Although it was a virtual institute, it provided valuable information for the parents who attended.
Nuestra superintendente Trunell presentó para nuestro comité 2 veces este año. Le agradecemos su tiempo y también la invitamos a que nos acompañe cuantas veces pueda. Al igual que les extiendo una invitación a cada uno de ustedes, miembros de la mesa directiva, al igual a cualquier administrador, maestros, personal y a la comunidad que gusten acompañarnos y juntos continuar abogando por todos nuestros estudiantes.
Our Superintendent Trunell has presented for our committee twice this year. We appreciate your time and also invite you to join us as often as you can, as well as extend an invitation to each of you board members, as well as to any administrators, teachers, staff, and community who would like to join us and together continue to advocate for all of our students.
Recientemente se les hizo la invitación a todos los directores que presentaran los resultados de la encuesta de las necesidades que les hicieron a los padres de sus escuelas o las metas que tenían en el CIPSAP para el año próximo. Les agradecemos a todos los que presentaron y invitamos a todos los que no pudieron acompañar que en septiembre nos acompañen a presentar su plan escolar.
Recently, all principals were invited to present a result about the needs survey they did to parents of their schools for the goals they had in the SPSA for the coming year. We thank everyone who presented and invite those who were unable to join us in the future in September to present information about them.
Esta información es valiosa para nuestro comité porque nos ayuda a saber cuáles son las necesidades y peticiones de los padres de esos planteles escolares.
This information is very valuable to our community because it helps us know what the needs are and requests of the parents are of the school.
Este año también nos dio la oportunidad de identificar sugerencias que les queremos presentar esta tarde.
This year also gave us the opportunity to identify suggestions that we want to present to you.
Nosotros hemos escuchado que muchas veces las escuelas necesitan padres voluntarios para eventos escolares y paseos. Queremos pedir entrenamiento para padres voluntarios con las especificaciones de lo que conlleva este proceso. Una barrera que enfrentamos es que los videos que necesitan ver para tomar el examen, ser voluntario, no se ofrecen en español o en otros idiomas.
For many times that schools need parent volunteers for school events and field trips. We would like to request training for parent volunteers for the specifics of what is the process that entails with visits or field trips. One barrier we face is that this video that needs to be watched for volunteers to be present at school are not in Spanish, and so, or any other language.
Esto puede complicar el proceso, incluso desanimar a padres de familia a completar los requisitos para ser voluntario. Como padres, no todos tienen el idioma inglés, pero tienen el deseo de apoyar a las escuelas y a sus hijos. Consideren en cómo facilitar el proceso y eliminar barreras para el bienestar de nuestros hijos.
That can complicate the process and even discourage some parents from completing the volunteer requirement. But parents, not all of us have mastered the English language yet, but they still would like to support the school and their children. Please consider how to facilitate the process and remove the barriers for the well-being of our children.
Quisiéramos saber más acerca de los bonos que se les ofrecen al personal del distrito que son bilingües. Es importante que cualquier personal que tenga la habilidad de ser bilingüe tenga acceso a esta bonificación para que lo vean con un incentivo y una herramienta esencial para la comunicación con las familias y los estudiantes.
In addition, we would like to know more about the bonuses offered to district staff who are bilingual. It is important that any staff that have the ability to be bilingual have access to these bonuses so that they can see that there's an incentive and a useful tool for communication with families.
También estamos emocionados que por primera vez en nuestro distrito tiene la plataforma de datos de elevación, la cual el personal del distrito tiene acceso para ver los datos actualizados de todos nuestros estudiantes aprendices del inglés.
We are also very excited because for the first time, our district has the elevation data platform to which district staff has access to the up-to-date data on all of our English learners.
Esperamos en un futuro escuchar acerca de cómo los planteles y el distrito usan esta información para informar el trabajo y las decisiones que se toman con respecto al aprendizaje de los estudiantes.
We look forward to hearing more about how sites in the district use this information to inform work and decisions about student learning.
Por último, tengo unos deseos que quisiera compartir con ustedes. Les pido como mesa directiva y como distrito se comprometan a incrementar las posiciones mencionadas en el plan maestro para el apoyo de nuestros estudiantes aprendices del inglés.
Lastly, I have a few wishes that I would like to share with you. I ask you as a board and as a district to commit to the positions mentioned in the master plan for the support of our English learners.
Deseamos que el programa PIQUE se expanda y logre llegar a todas las escuelas de nuestro distrito. Necesitamos que nuestras escuelas, el personal y nuestras familias entiendan el impacto y la importancia del involucramiento familiar en todas las escuelas por medio del comité de Elac y de participación general por el bien de todos los estudiantes.
We would like for the PK program to expand and reach every school in our district. We need our schools, staff, and families to understand the impact and importance of family involvement in all schools through the Elac and general involvement for the good of all students.
Deseamos su continuo apoyo para la implementación del currículum de ELD integrado y designado para que nuestros estudiantes mejoren en sus habilidades de lenguaje y logren reclasificarse.
We would like to ask for your continued support in implementing the integrated ELD curriculum designed for our children to improve their language skills and complete their reclassification process.
Más que nunca, necesitamos su compromiso y apoyo para implementar el entrenamiento necesario para que todo el personal tenga las herramientas y el apoyo necesario para ayudar a nuestros estudiantes multilingües.
More than ever, we need your commitment and support to implement the necessary training so that all staff have the necessary tools and support to help our multilingual students.
Por último, les agradezco de nuevo esta oportunidad y en un futuro regresar a compartir el trabajo que nosotros como comité continuaremos haciendo para juntos trabajar hacia un futuro mejor para nuestros estudiantes. Gracias.
Very much for this opportunity. And in the future, I'd like to return to share the work that we as a committee will continue to do together for a better future for us.
Thank you. Thank you, President Juarez, and we do look forward to you coming back. We are going to pause briefly for an interpreter switch, and then we'll return back to the agenda. Just let us know when you're ready.
Okay, Marcella can take over. We're ready, I think.
All right, we are back. Thank you. Before we go on to the superintendent report, I'm just going to say, because we're way out of practice with our in-person meetings. So before we continue, I just want to point out for those in attendance in person that we have a process for speaker. These are speaker cards, these blue cards. So if you have a desire to speak during public comment, we ask that you fill out these cards and we will collect them and we'll get to you before we go on to the folks online. Just as we're working our way through this hybrid model and back to being in person, just want to point this out for anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to an agenda item. All right, now we're going to continue with agenda item D4, our superintendent report. I'm going to turn it over to you, Superintendent Trunell.
Good evening. Thank you everyone for being here in person and online. I just want to take a moment. Normally we have about 4 people behind the scenes that are managing the in-person and online logistics, and 3 of those people are out. So Adina is handling all of that this evening. So I just want to recognize her and thank her for her patience as she's navigating it all.
Thank you, Adina. Rockstar.
So I'm going to make some general statements, and then you all are lucky tonight because you also get to witness my first annual report as superintendent. So bear with me. I will try to be expeditious and also meet the obligations of my contract before May 30th. So some of my normal starting comments. Today marks day 175 of school for elementary and day 174 for secondary. We are almost there. I want to just acknowledge the comments that have been made tonight regarding the tragedy from yesterday. I won't go and reiterate the message that we sent out yesterday, but I just want to echo the condolences that we are sending to the families and community of Robb Elementary School. I did reach out to the superintendent, Superintendent Harrell of Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, just to share on behalf of the district our condolences and offer up any support if necessary. I don't expect a response, but I wanted him to know that we were, that they were in our hearts and in our thoughts and prayers. Something that I want people to know, because we've received some questions about what are we doing in the district to ensure safety of our students and our staff. And we are following all of our safety protocols. I will just remind everyone that annually we revise our site safety plans. The board approved those in December of this school year. And our sites practice regular drills on campus to ensure that students and staff can experience and practice safety measures if it's truly necessary. A couple of other things that I do want to mention is that we are looking at the high view of all of our positions at school sites that have any supervision attached to their work, and just taking a look at what is additionally needed. In addition, we are also researching what a partnership could look like with local safety services in our community for the future. So we will continue to monitor what's happening in Texas, and we will be extremely vigilant along with, and I want to thank our Santa Rosa City School Police Department, who jumped immediately to assist with being more visible in our communities. I received a follow-up reassurance this morning that the entire team there was ready to go and available. So I just want to give a shout out to them for being responsive and being a member with us in this community effort. Something else that I want to recognize, and there is one right outside the doors of this auditorium, I feel like the peace polls that have been established at many of our school sites is a rejuvenated reminder of our commitment for peace and hope in our schools and in our community. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in my report. We are doing a summer crunch cereal drive at all of our schools, and also we will be collecting them at the district office. So folks, please bring boxes of low sugar cereal to any school site over the course of next week. We are going to be donating those to the Redwood Empire Food Bank. I had the pleasure of attending our Native American education graduation last Friday at Pioneer High School. I just want to commend Elizabeth Billy and our parent team, as well as the site and our leadership who support the effort. It was a beautiful ceremony and well attended. And I was very honored to be present that night. So kudos to all of our graduates, both those who were transitioning from 8th grade to 9th grade as an 8th grade promotion, and then our high school seniors who are graduating. We are in the midst of still balancing class schedules and school numbers at our school sites. And we've received some feedback on combo classes and perhaps some larger class sizes that people are hearing about. And I want our families to know, I want our community to know that we are still working through those numbers. We are committed to minimizing the number of combo classes as best as we can, and ensuring that each of our school sites has appropriate staffing. I'm going to talk a little bit about student enrollment, and declining enrollment in my report will lend itself to the balancing of those numbers. I also just want to recognize all of the administrators in the room and those who are online, and we have a resolution tonight to recognize you. I do want to just say that we are excited to recognize and welcome our next and new student board member, once board approved this evening, our student Julie Bowie from Pioneer High School, who will be a senior this coming school year. And we look forward to welcoming Julie very soon. And now to the obligation of the evening for me, my report. So I'm going to share my screen. And let me make sure I'm on the appropriate slide first. Okay, is that clear for you out there? Okay, great. All right, so I want to start with something that has been our motto now over multiple years, and that is connection before content. We believe, especially with the recent trauma that we continue to experience, being connected in our humanity before anything else is really deeply important to us. I won't belabor, but I do want to ensure that everyone does understand that we truly are moving forward with our mission and vision, and we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. Our 7 priorities that are a part of our strategic plan are very much aligned and in sync with the 8 state priorities, which is the circle there on the screen. And we are dedicated and connect our work to these 7 priorities. We have technically 26 schools, if you will, when you look at the list, and we are so proud of each of our schools for all of their efforts this year to ensure that our schools stayed open 5 days a week, in person, full time. This is a representation of our staff. We have almost 1,600 staff members in our district, And I couldn't help but to recognize our classified employees of the year through the Sonoma County Office of Education, as well as our California League of Schools Teachers of the Year. So now to our students. Right now for our non-charter schools, we are roughly at about 13,395 students in the district. And as you can see, over the course of 4 years, we are experiencing declining enrollment. You will also see from our charter schools that while it has been fluctuating, we did see a bump during this school year, mainly contributed to the students who were attending Cook Middle School as the neighborhood school now within Cesar Chavez Language Academy. We have a diverse student population, as you can see here, and we strive to ensure that every student in our system and in our district feels connected, feels supported, and feels that they can succeed. I'm going to kind of start from the beginning of the school year and progress through some of the experiences that we offered our students this year, starting with summer programs in 2021. What you can see is longitudinally over several years, we have doubled and tripled our numbers of students who are participating in summer programs. I also just want to recognize the number of partners that we have that makes those experiences worthwhile and also available. So I have developed a special friendship this year with a student at Montgomery. His name is Uziel. He invited me to come out to the school and then took on this complete hype man role for me as he encouraged me as superintendent, as well as spoke volumes in positivity about our district. We asked him, what does it mean to return to school this year? And I'd like to play the video. I don't know if the sound is going to play. I hope it will. Hold on 1 second. Sound up.
How does it feel to be back to normal? I want to return. I want to go back to school this year. Going back.
I think it's going to be the reverberation. I'll see if my tech team can assist me with that, but otherwise I'm going to keep going. This presentation will be made available. He has some very inspiring words for all of us on what it means to return this year. And I am looking forward to you being able to hear more of that. We started a gratitude attitude campaign this year around October. What was very clear in October was that we were sort of getting into a slump of energy. And that is because we were continuing to experience COVID in different ways. Our numbers were increasing. We were short on substitutes. Our administrators and other staff were having to go and be teachers, not just maybe one day, but sometimes weeks at a time. And it was time to remember what is going well in our schools. That's sometimes hard to do, but as I visited schools in the fall, it was very clear that there were shining lights everywhere and that we had good happening in all of our schools. So we started this campaign. I have provided the link to you if you want to go on and see all of the posts for the entire year up to now that have demonstrated that we're continuing this gratitude attitude. Speaking of the pandemic, just looking at a snapshot of our data, everyone knows that we experienced a spike right after winter break called Omicron. And while we are experiencing some higher numbers right now, we're also seeing those numbers begin to decline. So yes, we do have cases in our schools amongst our staff. Those are starting to decrease as of today and as of this week. So what are the ways that we've responded? There are many. I won't read this entire slide, but it is clear that we have tried to communicate. We send every Monday a communication with information that is necessary for people to know. Our COVID case numbers are right on our website, open to the public to view at any time so that you can stay up to date with us on how many cases we are experiencing and providing opportunities for people to be tested, to get vaccinated if that is what they choose to do. And we are going to be distributing, we've received a new set of test kits. We are going to be distributing those so that they can go home with students next week, so that students and staff can have test kits at their disposal during the summer if necessary. So meals over the course of 3 years, as you can see here, we have increased the number of meals that we have served over time. I just do want to take a moment as well. Recently, we had this School Lunch Hero Day where we celebrated all of our child nutrition services staff. I just want to commend them for their hard work. We've also had some reductions in some of the staff for a variety of reasons. And so we've had fewer people to do a bigger job. And we look forward to the potential of hiring individuals back on our team in order to continue to support this increased meal production and service. Social emotional wellness has been a huge priority for us this year. There were been a couple of presentations this year to help highlight those efforts, but we've got data now that in multiple ways that helps us to understand where students, parents, and staff are coming from, and namely our students getting a bird's eye view into what they're thinking and feeling right now so that we can build appropriate supports for them. One of the efforts that we did make is hiring of additional school-based therapists. And I believe we hired perhaps 3 more this year to add to our team. So we have 15 now of school-based therapists and supports for all of our school sites to utilize. So some of our program highlights this year: ethnic studies is still a priority for us. We continue to offer CRUSH training to cohorts, and we will continue to do that. Tonight, we have additional courses that we're asking the board to consider to expand and grow our ethnic studies opportunities, as well as something that Principal Gabe, Principal Gabe Albavera has shared some of the highlights from his school. I just want to demonstrate here our efforts for dual language immersion at both CCLA with the World House model, as well as Elsie Allen High School with the new school model, which includes the expansion of CTE programs at Elsie Allen, and also our French American charter program expanding back their 7th and 8th grades for this coming year, and being in partnership with Slater Middle School. We have a lot of CTE industry and standards alignment in our district. And I've provided a link to the flip book that online that provides all of the details around those programs. Please go there. We are dedicated to increasing BAPA music programs such as our Music Blitz. I can't speak tonight. Music Blitz program. And we are continuing restorative practices and MTSS interventions. Lastly, but not least, we are building early literacy planning. We have a committee that's been doing work this year, and we look forward to rolling out some additional efforts of intervention for this coming school year. Infrastructure-wise, just to highlight a few things, as many may know, we implemented our ARIES student information system this year for the first time. We have HVAC and roofing projects that are ongoing. And as you will hear tonight, we have a solar PV technology project that we would like the board to consider for future implementation. I do want to highlight something that is bittersweet. As some may know, in the Tubbs fire of 2017, one of the facilities that we lost was the Santa Rosa High School barn off of Alba Lane, excuse me. And we have broken ground actually, and we are rebuilding. So we look forward to an opening ceremony this fall of 2022. I mentioned earlier about the peace poles. These are just some examples around the district where these are being erected, if you will, on school campuses in spaces where they are visible. I know Santa Rosa Middle School held their ceremony today, and we look forward to celebrating all of these as a demonstration of our commitment to peace and hope at our school sites and in our community. Of course, it goes without saying, in order to do all of these efforts, we have to have fiscal planning. So what I have demonstrated here is that we have had ongoing conversations throughout the year from August until going into June of all of the ways that we are engaging in conversations about our budget and our fiscal stabilization. I started this year with a superintendent's entry plan. Due to time, I'm not going to go into these things, but this work will continue. I never intended that this work would be a one and done for this school year. Relationship building continues. Our assessment and data management continues. Relationships building with the board continues, and stakeholder engagement also continues. A surprise for our student board member, I do have a statement from her as well. And we're going to round out the presentation tonight with some of her comments, which, Rand, am I able to? Okay. Oh, underneath. Oh. Oh, I see. That's it? Oh.
I hope that's what Google said.
Oh. Can you see my presentation? Can you see it?
No.
It's just black. Sorry, I don't want to belabor this. Somehow I've lost my presentation. So on that note, I want to thank you for your time in listening to my presentation. And I will entertain any questions from the board, but if there are none, I look forward to continuing to support this district as your superintendent. I want to be a listener as much as I am a leader, as well as a learner. And I look forward to continuing this work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Chanel. Board, any questions? All right, we have Trustee Flores.
Thank you, Superintendent Trunell. You mentioned summer school programs. In the past, we've received a report about upcoming summer school programs, and I don't see it on the future agenda items. Are we going to get one soon?
It's actually in the information items.
Okay, I see. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Trustee Fong?
Would we be able to see or hear and watch the two videos when we're going back and looking at the recording?
I will try.
Make it available to us. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, other board members? Okay, we're going to move on the agenda. We are on board president report for those following along. Agenda item D5. I am going to forego my report tonight for the sake of time. Move on to D6, our board member reports. Yes, we have Director Beard.
Hello again. Once again, I would just like to thank everyone for having me tonight. It has been a truly wonderful experience being on this board, and it has been an honor representing the students of Santa Rosa City Schools. On that note, I would like to add my condolences again and the condolences of every student in Santa Rosa City Schools for the tragedy that happened yesterday in Texas. It was terrifying to hear, and our hearts go out to all of the families of the victims. That being said, as well, we have finals going on for our Santa Rosa City Schools, and I would just like to wish all of our students good luck and to push through to the end of the school year. We've made a lot of progress. We've gone through a lot this year, and everyone's effort deserves to be recognized because it has been a challenging and full of endurance school year for everyone. So I would just like to thank everyone for their effort. I would like to thank the school board and just say again, what a wonderful opportunity this has been. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Georgia. All right, Trustee Manieri.
Thank you. I will be very brief. I just want to congratulate LC Allen High School on the approval of their ARPA funds. I can't emphasize how monumentous it is to receive those funds from our county. There were over 80 applications, and of those 78 were eligible, and of those only a little bit, somewhere between 20 and 30, I think it was 27, were selected. And so I just really want to congratulate those who made that possible, Ms. Strauba-Vera, the CTE team at our district, the CTE Foundation. That it's just an incredible moment, and I'm just very excited for what this means for LC Allen High School and for the community of LC Allen. So once again, congratulations on those ARPA funds. I also want to thank the CCLA parents who are helping to coordinate the 8th grade promotion. And I thank you for inviting me to be a guest speaker at this really exciting event. I'm really looking forward to it next Friday. That same day, I will be at Montgomery High School for Georgia's graduation and the graduation of all of our students at Montgomery High School. So I'm very excited for that as well. And I want to reiterate, it's been said in many meetings, and we heard about it today, but COVID, there's a really big surge going on in our community. I am home today because I'm recovering from COVID, and it was not a pleasant experience. So this is not over, and we really still need to be vigilant and careful. I'm concerned that I will have, long-term effects from this because as I'm speaking, I'm having a hard time breathing, and that's not normal for me. So I just want to reiterate that we need to all still do our part to keep each other safe and to keep our community safe. And it's very real right now. I know way too many people who are suffering from COVID right now. And I know that includes students and staff and families in our district. So just a reminder for safety. And lastly, I just want to add my voice to just the pain that we're all experiencing in the aftermath of this tragedy that happened in Texas. I can't even bring myself to have words to describe how I'm feeling other than it's just really painful. And I know that we're all just really struggling through it. And so it almost feels kind of weird and wrong to have a board meeting today because there's just no time to grieve for all of these losses. And it's not just Texas, it's, you know, it's Buffalo, it's the 2-year anniversary of George Floyd's murder. And there's a lot going on in our community. And that is a part of our wellness, to take care of our mental health and to take the time to process and to heal however we need to do that. So I just want to encourage folks to also just take the time to do what they need to do because it's a really hard time that we're living through. And I just want to acknowledge and voice that. I just want to thank all of our staff for doing what you do every day and for going to school and for being the front lines of these tragedies in our classrooms. And safety is a conversation that this board needs to continue to have. I fully recognize that, and I look forward to hopefully having those conversations in the near future.
Thank you, Trustee Manieri. Trustee Flores.
Thank you. So this last weekend, I had the opportunity to see the Rooster of the Fellowship, which is a SCO initiative that looks at ways to increase student achievement through data. And the definition is kind of boring, but what I learned is that, because I sat with the Pioneer High School people, and one of the student initiatives that they're doing there is what is consent, and what does consent actually means, and what does it mean for a girl to consent, and what does it mean for a boy to consent. And these were great conversations that were, you know, being had at the table. And I just want to you know, give a shout out to the group that is actually organizing this, because it is something that you know, we need to discuss. I don't think it's something that it's discussed that often. So and I was there with Superintendent Trenell, and I just want to say thank you for the invite. I learned a lot from our students from Pioneer High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. Trustee Fong.
This is really a message to our staff, all of our staff, you who are sitting here, you online, and those of you who are safely sleeping or resting, all adults on our school campuses and our students. Cannot imagine what it would be like to have somebody come in and shoot your class. All your students, 19 fourth graders and 2 teachers. And then we react. But we as a district, thank you, Superintendent and former Superintendent Kitamura, for doing the kinds of things that really protect us. And what really protects us are not fences and not cameras, right? And not even policemen on campus. What really protects us are relationships. And I know that you guys make those relationships every minute, every day. Every single person on campus do that with our kiddos, because that's what it takes. And then finally, schools, we are reacting to a national crisis, right? This is a national crisis. Our entire community, our entire nation needs to get in there, because we're talking about economic disparity. We're talking the lack of healthcare. We're talking the lack of good wages, right? We're talking about shelter and food security. That we have to have serial drives, it's insane. And so I really am very proud of this district. Part of what I do when I'm not sitting here is actually I go around and I'm helping other districts, and I'm talking to other teachers and principals across the county. And we are doing an amazing job. This district is a pillar. This district is an example. This district is a model for what everybody is doing in terms of SEL. Right, social emotional learning. I'm very proud of what we're doing and what you guys are accomplishing at your school sites, and the directors and the coordinators and our assistant superintendents and our superintendent. So I'm very proud of our district. Please know that you are doing a really good job. So thank you. So this is really a message of love and care and concern and empathic hugs for you guys. I'm talking to you guys sitting here because you're in person. So I want to read you something really short, which of course went away. It's Amanda Gorman. And she said, something about monsters. The monsters are coming in and it's insanity, of course, but the real insanity is that it keeps happening. And we don't have the political will. I think California does. Sonoma County certainly does. We don't have the political will countrywide, nationwide, to get 50 senators or 60 senators to vote for gun control and mental health. So, you know, I want to say, let's just drop everything and do everything we can to start working toward more mental health in our country and better wages and income disparity, right? Anna, you can fix all that, right? All right, thanks again for letting me rant.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. Trustee McCormick?
Thank you. Just want to say I had wonderful opportunity. Last week, I got invited to attend from Principal Tran at Biella, their first in-person Elac meeting that they've had. I am. We're gonna stick with this one. Sorry. Okay. So I got to attend their first in-person Elac meeting that they've had in 2 years. And I got to wear 2 hats at that. One, I was representing the board and the district in support of their meeting, but I was also representing our Made in Santa Rosa Foundation, and myself, along with our executive director, Lisa Alexander, we got to present Principal Tran and Elac with a grant check to support their bilingual book program. And students will be able to check the books out and take them home and read them with their families. So it was wonderful to be at the meeting and meet some of the parents, meet some of the students, and just to deliver that grant. So it was really wonderful. And thank you, Principal Tran and Biella, for inviting me.
Excellent. Thank you, Trustee McCormick. All right, board members, any other reports? Seeing none, we are going to move on. CSBA report. Do we have a CSBA report tonight? No report. All right, we're going to move on to the E discussion action items. Again, we made adjustments to the agenda to move E4, E5, E6 to the agenda, and we're going to start with agenda item E1, an action item. Public board meeting via teleconference, AB 361. You guys by now know the routine. I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Trunell.
Thank you, Board President Sheffield, members of the board, staff, and community. We bring forward each meeting the public board meetings via teleconference per AB 361. I will not belabor. I will also mention, though, that we are poised to be in the city chambers for our June 8th meeting, so that we can get a feel for that and have a soft transition potentially back into that space. We will keep everyone posted on that. If we do that, we will continue to offer hybrid. The city has upgraded all of the technology in the chambers, is what we understand. So it will continue to be in hybrid per the board's approval this evening. And with that, I hand it back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Trunell. This is an action item board. We will, well, first I'll ask if there are questions from the board.
Comment, I guess.
Questions from the board first? Nope. Okay, we will go to public comment. Do we have any blue cards from folks in attendance? All right, we will go to public comment virtually.
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment online on item E1, public board meetings via teleconference, please raise your hand at this time. And there are no, oh, we have one hand. Oh, they lowered their hand. There are no comments at this time.
Thank you. All right, bring it back to the board.
Make a
board.
motion
All right.
Second.
that we will continue conducting public meetings virtually,
Moved by Trustee Fong, seconded by
including
hybrid. Thank you. Seconded. Let's see. That was Trustee Medina. Second. All right. We are ready for a vote.
Director Beard. Director Fong. Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. All right, we are moving on to agenda item E2, a resolution recognizing May as the month of speech and language pathologists. The board will consider approval of resolution 2021-2261, recognizing May as Better Hearing and Speech Month. Presenting the resolution to the board tonight is Executive Director of Special Services, Steve Mazzara. Welcome, Steve.
Hi, thank you very much, President Sheffield, and thank you, Board and Superintendent Turnell, for allowing me to make a recognition of our speech and language pathologist. Is with gratitude that we express to the over 20 speech and language paths that work with us for the things they have done this year to return our students back to school. As you can imagine, speech and language has been a very difficult in a pandemic and a Zoom world. The work they have done this year goes over the top for the things they have tried to do to bring students back into not just alignment with their IEPs, but just all the daily things they do to communicate and bring things together. Just as a quick moment, you know, the things that a speech and language pathologist do, they work with the ideas of articulation, voice, fluency, receptive language, expressive language, and pragmatic language. And pragmatic language is the idea around trying to understand speech in context. And in light of our increasing disabilities with students identified with autism, is a very growing and very important part of the work of a speech and language pathologist. So with gratitude, again, I appreciate the board taking this resolution to talk about May as the month of better hearing and speech. And Superintendent Turnell, I want to just take a moment to recognize, last time when we recognized our school psychologist, you noted a important personal connection to a school psychologist that is a spouse of yours. Similarly, I would like to recognize a close connection to myself. My beautiful bride of 35 years is a former speech and language. So with that, I have a very close connection and affinity for you guys, for our SLPs. And again, thank you for your recognition, board. And with that, I'll turn that over to President Sheffield.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Mazzara. Board members, are there questions? All right, we'll go to public comment. Blue cards, any blue cards turned in? Did not see any. All right, now we'll go to online.
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item E2, resolution recognizing May as the month of speech and language pathologists, please raise your hand at this time. And there's one hand raised. Our first speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Hello, can you hear me, board? Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me today. I think it's interesting that dedicating May to speech, May should be dedicated to
Mr. Pryor, we're having trouble hearing you. I'm not sure if, can you hear us? We're having a hard time hearing you.
All right, yes, sir, I can hear you. Just a second. Sorry. You can keep the time running. This is going to be short. Basically, what I'm trying to express is that we recognize some of the revolutionaries who made changes within our community, but we don't recognize others. It continues to be interesting to me that Malcolm X's birthday happens to be May 19th, and 3 states in our country go ahead and actually celebrate that portion of time. We continue to go ahead and exercise our ability to do certain things in this community and want to recognize, I don't consider trivial things, but things that are not necessarily things that impact the community in my personal belief system. We continue to go ahead and negate all the things that are going on around us, and we want to give these hypocritical, lame acknowledgements to certain trivial things when we're not recognizing the things that are at hand. I didn't have a chance to try to comment earlier where I really wanted to go, but this is where we're at. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Do we have other comments from the public joining us online?
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you, Adina. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion, further questions or a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution recognizing May as the month of speech and language pathologists.
Moved by trustee McCormick, seconded by trustee Flores. We are ready for a vote.
Director Beard. Director Fong. Director Flores. Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. All right, thank you again, Mr. Manzera. We are moving on to agenda item E3, another action item, resolution recognizing the school administrator. The board will consider approval of resolution number 2021-2260, recognizing the school administrator. This resolution hasn't come before the board since 2019, which was arguably the last time we were all relatively sane. But with the immense role that administrators have taken this school year in particular, the board will have a moment to acknowledge, to give respect and praise to all administrators for their service and support. I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Trunell to present this resolution to the board.
Thank you, President Sheffield, members of the board, our staff and community. We have several administrators in our district here and present this evening. If you are a school administrator, a district administrator, I could ask you to please stand. And if you are with us online, if you could also stand. Administrators are among the hardest working yet often least recognized individuals in education. Administrators set the academic tone for their schools, departments, and divisions, and it is their vision, dedication, and determination that provide the mobilizing force for students having equitable access to educational programs and achieving success. Santa Rosa City Schools and the Board of Education seeks to honor these unsung heroes for their tireless efforts in pursuit of excellence in education for all students. The board annually is asked to approve a resolution recognizing these contributions. I feel like this year, more than ever, hands down, the best administrative team I have worked with. Your unsung hero-ness is seen. You are seen and recognized. Even though you make tireless efforts, we know it has been exhausting. We know that you have sacrificed. We want to thank you for all of your efforts and also for all you do for all of our staff in this district, as they too have bent over backwards this year to ensure our students have everything that they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, board, this is an action item. Do you have questions?
I move this
Oh,
forward.
we're going to go to public comment. Questions at all? All right. Public comment first, and we will go to the folks joining us online.
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item E3, approval of resolution recognizing the school administrator, please raise your hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
All right, back to the board. We have trustee Fong with a motion.
I move approval of the resolution recognizing the school administrator for the entire year, last year, the year before, and next year too.
Yes. All right, moved by trustee Fong, seconded by trustee McCormick. We're ready for a vote.
Director Beard. Director Fong. Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Medina,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye. All right, the motion passes. Thank you again for everything that you do, administrators. All right, we made some adjustments to the agenda, so we are going to move beyond agenda items E4, 5, and 6 and go to E7. So for those of us tuning in just now, we've adjusted the agenda and we will jump to agenda item E7. We will not pass go. We will not collect $200. And administrators are leaving while I am moving my
Get some
notes
sleep.
down. Get some sleep. Thank you all.
I know, go get some sleep.
Bye, everyone.
Good night, everyone. The administrators have left the building. All right, we're moving on to agenda item E7. E7 is an action item, approval of the removal of plaques from the Santa Rosa City School campus. The board will consider the approval of the removal of plaques from the entrances of 4 school sites in Santa Rosa City Schools. Presenting this agenda item is Superintendent Chanel. I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Board President Sheffield, members of the board, staff, and community. We bring forward for your consideration tonight the approval of the removal of 4 plaques on 4 of our school campuses. In the board cover, you can see that there are plaques at the entrance of Santa Rosa High School, Montgomery High School, Proctor Terrace Elementary School, and Santa Rosa French American Charter School. These plaques are representative of the native sons of the Golden West organization, ranging in dedication dates from 1935 to 1949 to 1952 and 1958. The history of this organization includes opposition to many groups of people, including Chinese, Mexican, and Japanese. We stand firm that our equity board policy states the Santa Rosa City Schools does not discriminate on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, gender identity and gender expression, sexual orientation, marital status, national origin, ancestry, disability, medical condition, genetic information, age, denial of family and medical leave, denial of pregnancy, disability leave, or reasonable accommodation of the perception of one or more of such characteristics in any of its policies, practices, or procedures. Removal of the plaques from the 4 campuses symbolizes Santa Rosa City Schools' unrelenting commitment and dedication to serving students, families, and the community, furthering the district's mission and vision. We recognize and value each student's individuality and our community's cultural wealth. I do also want to state that we have experienced advocacy on the part of our students and some staff for the removal of these plaques. And I just want to take a moment to recognize student board member Georgia, who also was among that group of her class, her history class and teacher, who were also adamant that this take place. And with that, I hand it back to the board.
Thank you, Superintendent Turnell. Board members, do we have questions at this time? Questions? All right, members of the public joining us virtually. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Manieri.
Sorry, I have a question. I know Director Medina also raised his hand. I'm really curious. I want to hear from Georgia, actually, if I can ask you, Georgia, what did you learn through this process? What is it that we're really like talking about right now? If you don't mind sharing.
Not at all. So what I learned was there were a lot of things that we passed by in places that we've been a good part of our lives that we have no idea the actual past behind them. And we kind of tend to brush over things that we're not super aware of, and doing that has consequences. We ended up, my entire class, what we found, which was really shocking for us, is that we passed by a plaque that stood for racism pretty much every single day of our days at Montgomery. And feeling like we walked by that every single day was kind of a reset for how we will look at everything in our lives, how we'll question and how we'll keep working to move forward and to address issues that need to be addressed and to hold everyone accountable for addressing those issues. I personally had not had a large background of knowledge in the area. I learned a little bit about it in my history class in sophomore year, I believe, but I never specifically learned about the organization. So doing so, learning how they used racist language, how they affected the internment camps for Japanese Americans during the war. I learned all of that in researching about the plaque that I saw at Montgomery. So I learned more about the history of the war in general during this process. But yes, most importantly, I learned just not to brush by things, to question plaques that I see, to question monuments that I see, and really do research and really appreciate the ones that stand for good things, like our superintendent mentioned earlier about our peace pole. I remember seeing that go up at Montgomery, and there was a huge crowd all around. Everyone had such a positive reaction towards it. It was so motivating and so inspiring. And those are the things that are also important to dig down into and to really learn about. And just my history teacher, Mr. Rudisell, he's our IB coordinator as well. But yes, a big thanks to him, because without him, I mean, I would have never known about any of this. He brought the article to mind as well, because a student at West County was the one who initially recognized the plaque at her school. And that is who truly got this whole thing going. I only read about it through the article that she inspired in the Press Democrat. So yes, I was just doing my best to carry forward the message that I heard from my teacher and from the student at West County. But yeah.
Thank you so much, Georgia. Trustee Manieri, did you have any questions? Any other questions?
No other questions. Thank you, Georgia, for that summary and for taking action. So thank you for being a part of why we're talking about this today.
Trustee Medina.
Thank you. I just had a question for Superintendent Terrell. First off, is there, do we have like a cost associated with the removal of plaques, and if there's anything going to replace them, like the cement, or is there any plans of like maybe rededications of buildings that those buildings originally dedicated, or is that something for the future to consider?
Trustee Medina, I just want to make sure I understand the question. You were asking if there's any cost involved with removal, and then also if there are any practices we're planning for replacing them with something else. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, not if there are costs, like do we have an estimate of what are the costs, and are there plans for any replacement, or what will replace them, just concrete? And also if there's any plans of rededicating, because I thought all those were dedicating buildings, and if there's any idea or thoughts of rededicating buildings to something.
Thank you. Right now, we don't have any additional perceived costs. I don't know why I'm getting that echo. Okay, trying now.
Are you muted on your Zoom? Yeah, mute.
Thank you. Sorry, having all kinds of issues tonight. We do not know of any perceived additional costs associated with the removal. I do see Deputy Superintendent Edson. If I am misspeaking, but I do not understand there to be additional cost associated with removal. At this time, there isn't a plan for any kind of rededication. I think right now the priority is to remove And we could certainly explore some additional options if that is the interest of the board.
Okay, do we have a plan for what to do with them when they are removed?
That's a great question.
Maybe we can have discussion on that.
That's a great question. Our first priority is for their removal. We have had some internal dialogue about what would be appropriate. I think what's just important to remember is that we are removing these plaques from display, and we want to be cautious about turning them into a subsequent display for the benefit of perhaps a different lens. Display is display. Right now, they sit silently in walkways and on a wall. And if we choose to remove them and redisplay them, what is the message? So I think we want to be careful. Some are interested in having these as learning pieces. And I think that could be accomplished carefully with a lot of thought and deliberateness to the planning.
Other questions from the board? All right, let's go to public comment.
If there are any members of the public that would like to comment on item E7, approval of the removal of plaques from Santa Rosa City Schools campuses, please raise your hand at this time. And we have 2 hands raised. Our first speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Thank you, Board. I must say that I really actually like the idea that Ms. Tranel went ahead and proposed about the idea of turning these into learning pieces. At first, I was a little bit frustrated at the removal and the hiding of the history of this location. Sonoma County is known for being a sundown county. If you were Black, you were not allowed to be here after dark. I think it's very interesting that by removing these pieces, if they go into a closet and never get talked about again, the history gets hidden. And I'm sure that's what a lot of people want to have happen. They want to act like certain things didn't happen, or this place wasn't built as a European colonized 100% utopia for people not of color. One of the best things we can do is make this a learning experience. Not just removing it, but creating a history behind it so that we don't repeat it. If we continue to just hide the history and put it in the closet and act like it never happened, we're going to continue to repeat that history. Thank you for your time.
And our next speaker is David Carey.
Mr. Carey, you're muted.
I keep clicking unmute and it pops back up. I'll start over again. My name is David Carey. I'm an outsider. I live in Sebastopol and I'm a campus supervisor in Sebastopol at West County High School, also known as Annalee High School. I'm making this public comment just to inform, not to advocate for any particular action. About a year ago, I made the first request to remove one of these plaques from the Sebastopol campus. Last week, my district removed all 3 such plaques from its 2 campuses. Last night, I wrote an email to all of you about some of the issues my district encountered while considering removal of these plaques. Those issues are still at various stages of resolution. In my district, support came for removal from staff, especially from students, and from the community, particularly 2 community groups, the Japanese American Citizens League of Sonoma County and the Asian American Pacific Islander Coalition of Northern California. I want to commend this board and your staff for addressing the issue of Native Sons of the Golden West plaques so soon after it first became public. On the issue of removing them being hiding history or not, I want to emphasize that for us, this was not a matter of trying to erase history or hide history. It was a matter of raising awareness about really some forgotten history in terms of the Native Sons of the Golden West. And the student advocacy for the removal came from some really wonderful teaching in their ethnic studies classes about these classes once I pointed out some of the history behind it. And in my district at least, it is very much encouraged that after removal, there is a widespread consensus that they should continue to be used in school to teach about the history and used in the community to teach about this kind of forgotten history. And what you folks do will be something that will be up to
Thank you,
and-
Mr. Carey. Your time is
Thank
up.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carey.
And our next speaker is Sheila Walker.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Trinnell, President Sheffield, and also Board Member Georgia Beard. I just want to express my thanks for your service on the board and also for bringing this up. I think it was just at the very last board meeting. My one comment, I think this is, you guys decide what you want. I think the previous speaker had very good feedback, but is that this particular item was brought up just maybe 2 weeks ago, and here we have an action item for the board when there are members of the community, myself included, other parents, other teachers, other administration, even students that have been asking for more safety and security on our school campuses. So I would hope that the board would take such an aggressive action on making sure that we can get our SROs or even get it on an agenda. It seems like things can move fast when you folks are all behind it. So please consider bringing back our SROs, at least putting it on the agenda so the community can see that you are taking action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
And there are no more hands raised.
Thank you, Adina. Bring it back to the board for discussion, for further questions or motion. Let's see, Trustee Fong.
I never like to unilaterally make a decision without consulting with the people who put the plaque up in the first place, or that organization. And just to let you know that I have reached out to them, and so did the West County Board President, which I checked with him, and also the principal as well. And there hasn't been an answer back. There was one answer back, and then there was no number given. It was a block number, no name, no number. Couldn't call back. They didn't call back again. And the more statewide organization did not return my couple of tries to try to get a hold of them. I wanted to know what they had to say so we could do something restorative even. But
yeah, I appreciate
nothing's happening.
Definitely, but no response.
I'd like to make the motion if there's no other discussion.
Board members, any other? All right, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Fong, seconded by Trustee Medina. We have an action item to remove these plaques from our school sites. We don't need ceremony to do the right thing, but we do need an action to make amends. Superintendent Trinnell, I think you summed it up when you stated that Santa Rosa City Schools, we celebrate diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're ready for a vote.
Director Beard. Director Fong. Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. All right, agenda item E8, fittingly, this is a discussion item on ethnic studies implementation. The board will receive information regarding an update on the Santa Rosa City Schools Ethnic Studies Program and provide the board an opportunity to discuss the growth and development of ethnic studies. Presenting this agenda item, we have Executive Director Zalinardo, and we have some guests with us tonight as well. I turn it over to you, Tim.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. We're going to organize ourselves and pull up a little information to accompany my speaking. So, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I do want to begin by saying good evening, Superintendent Trunell, President Sheffield, members of the board. Hope you're doing well tonight. I also want to say welcome to our families, of course, and our larger audience of the Santa Rosa community, which I know is listening and partaking in the board meetings, often virtually. Thank you for once again providing time for us to provide a glimpse into the implementation and development of ethnic studies in Santa Rosa City Schools. Before we begin, let me share a few key items kind of about tonight. The hope was there would be three individuals that would be speaking with you this evening. One of those would be Mr. Curtis Acosta, who works diligently with us through the Acosta Educational Partnership. Unfortunately, due to family health kind of matters, he will not be here with us this evening. Also, one of my colleagues, Heather Garcia Rossi, who is dedicated tirelessly to the efforts of implementing ethnic studies in Santa Rosa City Schools, is also begging herself from a little leave just due to health concerns and just trying to make sure she's well and rested. So that leaves myself to represent what is a large endeavor by many people. So we tend to be a visual culture that tends to mistake iconic moments, you know, for like speaking for multiple people. That's not this. I'm not that person. I speak from a voice of many. So let's consider who's involved before we even get into looking at any slides or considering any of that. Ethnic studies is a reality in Santa Rosa City Schools right now. There are classes that will be occurring tomorrow. There are classes that occurred today with students and with teachers. And to make that effort a reality takes a lot of moving and interrelated parts. So how does it become a reality? Well, one thing is our students and our families have to believe that the content and the curriculum and the classes have meaning and relevance to their lives. And they have to want to engage in them. They have to want to be in them. And we do have students who have elected to take ethnic studies courses. And we have families who are pleased to make sure that their students have that opportunity. So that's the first thing that has to happen to make this a reality. The other individuals that have to help make this a reality is our teachers, who work tirelessly to inculcate new practices, to refine practices, to design curriculum. And if you've had the pleasure of designing curriculum in your life, it's one of the most enjoyable parts about preparing to work with other learners. How can you get them to engage with and feel kind of like immersed in a topic? And our teachers know that takes time and it takes energy and thought. And so I want to thank our teachers for all of the efforts they've put in to take on the endeavor of implementing ethnic studies in Santa Rosa City Schools. But of course, it can't just stop with families and students or our teachers. It has to continue to consider all the enveloping circles that radiate from out of there. So that would also include, critically, as I mentioned before, some of the staff and educational services. All of my colleagues are wonderful, and I feel very fortunate to work with them. But I also am greatly honored to work very closely with Heather Garcia Rossi, who is not here tonight. She implements with the tact and a care for what it's like to be in the classroom from the lens of a teacher on special assignment. She understands and intuits things before teachers ask for them. She goes in with a keen and nuanced eye for what's occurring analytically with students engaging with the curriculum and their learning. And all of that distills down and gets reflected back into how we move forward. That makes us a better system for it. So I'd like to thank her publicly for that. I also want to make sure we're clear that, of course, our departments don't function without Superintendent Trunell's ongoing support for equity initiatives in Santa Rosa City Schools. It takes leadership from all aspects of the organization, and especially from the seat of a superintendent, to make sure that implementation and programs continue to grow and be supported. It's also a reality that students were in ethnic studies today, and they'll be in those classes tomorrow, because our Board of Education prioritizes and appreciates and supports the opportunity for students to take part in classes that they believe will be enriching and meaningful. And without that support, we wouldn't be able to move forward. But it also includes our community organizations. Santa Rosa City Schools does not work in a bubble. It works within a thriving community of people. So we've partnered with other school districts. We've spoken and started projects with Sonoma State University. We've begun to reach out to other organizations like the Redbud Resource Group, and all of them lend themselves to building deeper expertise in Santa Rosa City Schools so that we can do better. All these things make the reality of ethnic studies something that I can actually speak to tonight, which I'll do in just a moment. But in short, which is not exactly what my stature is, nor my speaking at this moment, it is because of many caring and passionate individuals working through systems and institutions to transform learning in the lives of our students that this is possible. So as I said, ethnic studies is in our schools now. And so maybe what more is there to say? So thank you for having me tonight. I'll take any questions from the board. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for your patience as I began, because those thank yous are really truly relevant to the work that's being done. And with that, I would like us to progress a little forward to a definition then for ethnic studies. You can read the definition. It's not my place to read it to you. But I do think it's important to point out the essentials of what's embedded in the definition. We heard some of these words tonight. I think we'll hear some of them again. Some of the language that this definition represents is empathetic consciousness. Also in this definition, you see things about study and analysis. And you see ideas of action in our community and making a difference by taking up a topic and taking some kind of purposeful motion on it. So the definition grounds us so that we can have a clear sense of what we're trying to achieve. And when you look at definitions, then you have the ethnic studies mission statement that was written by the steering committee a few years ago. And coupled with the last definition, it's the kind of mission that is embedded as a smaller circle within Santa Rosa City Schools' larger initiatives. And the most important thing there is that the commitment the mission statement makes is ongoing, and it's continually expanding its commitment by increasing the implementation of ethnic studies. So we should be into details, but we have one more grounding piece before we get there, which is the fact that one key aspect that we have to pause and reflect on is in the work with the Acosta Educational Partnership that Santa Rosa City Schools has done. It began by grounding us deeply into what Superintendent Trunell was talking about earlier, which is culturally responsive and sustaining and humanizing education. There's a lot of professional development done around that at the very beginning of our equity initiatives. And the purpose of that goes along with the statement here. So when I'll get into more details in just a moment, we pause now to kind of highlight the founding belief, or maybe the founding orientation, or maybe the founding mindset that kind of guides ethnic studies implementation. And to be clear, it is one that advocates for deep empathy. It is one that advocates for deep respect. It is one that advocates for a love of human beings and humankind. And most importantly, when we other people, whether it be inadvertently or purposefully, the key is to turn to humanizing others, and in the process, rehumanizing ourselves. So that's where Santa Rosa begins with its implementation of ethnic studies, and with those grounding principles, not in our rearview mirror, but alongside us for this journey, we'll go to a little bit more specifics. What was going on in 2021, 2022? A lot. A lot of different things in a lot of different ways, for you personally, for us institutionally. But in terms of ethnic studies and courses, we specifically had an elective ethnic studies course. We, I shouldn't say had, we have right now, an English language arts ethnic studies course, primarily embedded in the 11th and 12th grade years. And we have a statistics for social justice course. And the students have been in those courses learning this year, and I've walked into those spaces. I've seen the depth and breadth of thought and careful critical analysis. I like to use the word effusive. The learning in those spaces has been effusive. It fills every little orifice and nook and cranny of what you're looking for people deeply engaged in educational enterprise, by which you are not trying to coax learning out of them, but they're willingly engaging in it. But if we were just proud of ourselves for our start and then decided to take a bit of respite, it would be a shame upon us. There's more to do. So these are our numbers that we have currently in this academic school year, and it highlights the sites at which these courses take place. You'll note just on the side that you see the letters that align to the A through G college going expectations, so that you can see that students are achieving both their ethnic studies graduation requirement. At the same time, they're also completing A through G requirements to move into higher education. I did include in there also, for our knowledge and benefit, kind of a snapshot of where we are with our student demographics in terms of enrollment, you would find that if you looked at our ethnicity information, you would find that the numbers line up fairly well with our 2021, 2022 enrollment information. And that was just for your own edification and public knowledge to share with our community. So what's coming down the pike? What are we doing next? What's happening? Well, you see in here that we have schools that are highlighted kind of in a shade of blue, just to call out the fact that those schools will be offering courses next year, and we're not currently this year. And you also see our numbers for potential. I put potential student enrollment because, as we know, classes have to fill, and when they fill, they may not always, let's say, be at the maximum. So this is just kind of the potential enrollment. But if you look at it, you'll note that it's an exponential jump from where we are this year to next year. The opportunity to increase the amount of students actually experiencing ethnic studies in their daily academic lives as a course that they get to look forward to being involved in is ramping up. And if you looked at a chart, it would be kind of like scaling up quickly. It'd have a nice arc or curve to it, which is nice to know.
Yeah. Do these numbers represent actual student interest for next year?
Good question. They do not necessarily represent full actual interest, let's say, in a course request. They represent potentiality of students who can take the course if we fill all seats to the maximum. All right. So let's talk then a little bit about these things are going on. How do we ensure our system is there to actually give the resources needed to continue to support the efforts? So I'm going to highlight a handful of things. Well, actually, 2 handfuls. So the first would be that we work closely, as I mentioned before, with the Acosta Educational Partnership, with Redbud Resource Group. We also have done some work with Facing History. And so basically we have ongoing immersive and rich professional development. If you do not afford professional educators an opportunity to enrich themselves with professional development, particularly a discipline that they're going to take on that they may not have had, let's say, some background in college in a very deep way, then you're not going to be able to support them in delivering the most effective classrooms possible. So that's one of our key commitments, professional development. And we're all learners in education, so it's not like we do it with some morose, kind of like slow sadness to our step. We thrust ourselves into it, and most people seem really joyful to be involved in it because it's enriching and they can carry it directly to the classroom practice. Second, we have a teacher collaborative. We decided early on that no teacher who is taking on teaching a course should feel alone. Now, any educator in this auditorium or at home or in the larger public listening virtually and taking part knows that teaching can be a lonely experience. Education by itself is designed in such an institutional manner that it's kind of a factory model. So what do? You have to get educators together. And the number one thing you see that happens when you do that is they build off each other's capital and knowledge. So we committed to an educator collaborative. It met monthly. It was primarily run with the idea that share your practices, share your wisdom, share units, share lessons, and continue also bring in opportunities to meet with professional development providers in a one-to-one atmosphere, where you might have someone from the Acosta Educational Partnership, not with 30 teachers, but with 5 who are actually teaching tomorrow. So they could get direct feedback and support and feel like they had a chance to really dig in on something like counter narratives, or to consider, let's say, cultural wealth, even more deeply in an extensive way. Third, in the process, we've tried to make sure that we don't leave out the culturally rich historical knowledge of what's going on in this movement. This doesn't go back to like yesterday. Everything in our culture and time, including plaques that may be soon removed, has some kind of historical tradition to it. And in the tradition of academia, ethnic studies comes from a rich background. And included in that is a whole host of resources and information about mindsets, pedagogy, experiences. And so we've been collating and collecting, with some help from a Sonoma State retired professor, some really well academically reviewed, peer-reviewed journal articles about the background history and kind of knowledge about ethnic studies. And we want to collate and prepare that for our teachers, so when they step into the classroom, they have that richness to support their conceptual knowledge, so they feel like they're more experts in the field itself. And for professional development, participants have been resoundingly appreciative. You can read the comments yourselves, but you see things like, changing my practice fundamentally, or you see things like how it commit to changing kind of and connecting us democratically. You notice things about how it touches the soul of teaching. Teachers aren't going through professional development in relation to ethnic studies and feeling like it was some kind of perfunctory exercise. They're engaging in it and feeling enriched and buoyed by it and lifted and wanting to give back to their classes with that same spirit of interest and civic pride. So it's really meaningful. There's some other handful of things I want to mention, and I appreciate your patience and interest. And I want to make sure I paint a clear enough picture so you understand what is occurring daily in our district. So obviously there's also classroom visitations and observations. Those occur for two key reasons. One, you can never suppose what's happening in a classroom. You can look at any plan you like on paper. What you have to see is whether students are leaning forward in their seat. What you have to see is they're speaking over each other because they want to share their opinion or insight so deeply on a topic. And so in going through classrooms, you can see, is that vivacity there? Is it electric? Do students want to be in that space? But you also can reflect on practice and efficacy of program. You can intuit and measure if there's something that teachers may not necessarily have told you they need that you see would help them do an even better job if you could just provide them with it. Gives you a chance for reflection. And also just like, hey, how are you doing? Nice to see you. How's the year going? What does this mean to you? What's working? What isn't? How can we be helpful? What do you love about this? What would you change? Fourth, or actually fifth now, there is a course writing collaboration that goes on. There's a deep belief here that organically, teachers have to craft course outlines and courses. They have to know them intimately, and they have to generate them. If we say, Santa Rosa City Schools Educational Services has somehow crafted a course for you that you should go teach without any input from teachers and what they believe their practice should be, we do a disservice to our students. So what we've done is we make sure we offer paid time for professionals to come together at night. On the weekends we've done so, and we write courses together. We provide models from other districts. We give feedback and insight. We leave people for a short working period, or we stay with them as elbow partners as they ask. And we make sure that courses are being developed that will speak to our students. And there's nothing as lovely as seeing a course that may be 3 or 4 or 5 pages on paper. You'll see some tonight. Exists for 20 hours of robust dialogue about how best to address an issue about Indigenous peoples in Sonoma County. It enlivens kind of how you feel as an educator and makes you want to be engaged even more deeply in the work. The resources continue though, because if we can give more, we can engender a deeper systematic change. So we have an Ethnic Studies Community Committee. It's existed for a good while now. It provides us an opportunity to say, hey, here's where we are in the process. You've been with us. How are we doing? Any questions about it? But even more importantly, and this is a huge hallelujah moment, the community committee members bring things to us. They say, can we help you build that teacher reader? Can we help you build an agenda for the next meeting to facilitate some reflection on how the year's going? Can we go ahead and help you build a study so you can speak to students and learn for how things are going from them? So it's a great, beautiful thing. It's definitely a two-way street. It's not a cul-de-sac. It's not a dead-end alley. And this year, there's been a little work done on a course writing handbook, because you don't want educators to wonder, well, I would like to go help write a course, but what exactly does that entail? So you might recognize the name of Elizabeth Evans, who is a retired director from Santa Rosa City Schools. She worked closely and diligently with Heather Garcia Rossi to put it in writing for a how-to guide, so it's totally transparent and easy to access. Furthermore, and really exciting, and I'll give some caveats for kind of where we aren't exactly where we want to be, but I love where we're going. We've worked with Asia Leduc from Sonoma State University. If she's on tonight and watching, thank you, Asia, for your efforts. I greatly appreciate them. She basically was like, hey, we need to capture some of what's going on besides just informal conversation with students, and why don't we do it through an official institutional review board submitted study? Let's get some qualitative student feedback. And her primary interest is the efficacy and the quality of Santa Rosa City Schools programs. She was on sabbatical this year, and she spent a lot of time meeting with us. She could have done a lot of other things with her time, but she prioritized the partnership with Santa Rosa City Schools to get this underway. It currently, as a study, is in the IRB's hands. We hoped it would be done that tonight I would be sharing actual feedback, qualitative feedback from our students that we had collected through a formal study. It's coming. We're going to probably do most of the steps either in early summer or in August. Our students won't lose their memories and their experiences will remain and they can share them with us. It'll be focus groups, one-to-one interviews, surveys, those kind of things. But in the long run, going forward, we also want to do a longitudinal data quantitative study about academic outcomes in relation to ethnic studies, because the picture being drawn across the nation is that this is influencing students' desire to continue, to endure, to push through, and maybe achieve higher than if they hadn't had opportunities to take ethnic studies. We would like to see if that's true in Santa Rosa City Schools as well. And so we hope to do that too. But I will bring to you some anecdotal stories, and I'll share one key one. When you talk to students about their ethnic studies courses, as you're in a class, as you're sitting kind of peering over their shoulder as they're doing work, as you've just witnessed a discussion, and the teachers are gracious enough to kind of say, please talk to them, and you ask questions or you kind of inquire how things are going, you hear the word relevancy every single time. How's this class going for you? It's going pretty good, I like it. Well, what works for you? What we talk about is really relevant to my life. It's about issues that are happening now. It's about historical things that connect to my life and my family. Other things you hear are about critical analysis, thought. You hear a lot about speaking about cultures, ethnic groups that maybe are missed in typical curriculum packaged by massive companies like Holt. And you hear students say things like, I look forward to coming to this class more than any other one. I want to be here again tomorrow. Or this motivated me to come to school this week. So I was leaving one class, I was walking down the hallway, and this young lady came running out of her class. I've been in education for 20 years. I've had students run out because they're having a hard day. I've stepped out when I'm having a hard day. I don't know if I've ever had a student come running out to share with me their impression. I heard you asking people what they thought. I want to let you know, this class is what made me look forward to my senior year. It's what made me want to come to school this year. And though I'm disappointed, which I appreciated the fact that she was honestly telling me, I'm disappointed that I didn't have multiple of these opportunities. That kind of is too bad. I can't wait for every student who comes behind me because they will have multiple opportunities. And what a fortunate thing for them. And then she kind of, thanked me and smiled and turned around and just went back in the classroom. I thought, wow, what a wonderful moment. It's just a beautiful, beautiful moment. Which brings us to then like, well, what does it mean to keep going forward so that people are bushy-eyed and bushy-tailed and want to tell you like, I want to keep doing this? There's a lot. It's not simple. It can't be put in a box and it can't be conveyed by a few bullet points or me speaking, but I'll do my best. It relates to program course integrity. If we're going to scale up ethnic studies and we're going to make sure teachers are organically involved in building courses and we're going to make sure educational practice is true to the discipline, we need to make sure that we're careful and thoughtful and deliberative. So we are working with the Acosta Educational Partnership, as I've mentioned, and we've discussed with them the idea, which you see occurring in multiple districts that are getting involved in this endeavor, some kind of micro-credentialing. The idea that the district itself will provide the experiences, knowledge, expertise, and academic understanding to be true to the discipline. Number two, it can't just be a secondary implementation. And thank goodness we have elementary teachers all over the place in the professional developments talking to us and building curriculum. But obviously there's a laser-like focus on 7 through 12 because we have a graduation requirement, and so therefore it takes a little precedence in that manner. So you kind of get psychologically focused on that. And so we've discussed about, with supporting those teachers, what else do they need going forward? And many of our elementary teachers will tell you that it's an endeavor for them to look at their curriculum, and one thing they need is time and some collaboration. What else do we need to consider moving forward? In that sense of curriculum development, we're building internally. There will be the day that there are readers produced under some kind of state sanctioned, here's the curriculum. But each of you on this board, and all of you who are educators who are still awake, know that the following's true. The curriculum is not a textbook are the materials you bring into a class. The curriculum is the lived experience of your students engaging in learning. So to build curriculum, you have to make sure the experiences are rich. And we're going to have to take time to continue to provide collaboration without pre-digested readers and other things out there. We're kind of on the forefront of this, so we're going to have to design it ourselves. Number 4, we cannot lose our community connections. I mentioned some, so I won't spend much time on them. They need to continue. We need to deepen them. Let me pause here. I am almost done. I thank you so far for your patience with me, but it was asked probably 4 times, I might be wrong, could be more, for an update, and I don't want to give you short shrift by going ahead and rushing through this. So I am going to be a little slower, and it is going to take some time. Just feel good moment. Here's some teachers, here's some educators, here's some administrators, and the administrator group is on the left. They've been just as involved in the professional development. And every time we do a circle and the teachers say what they really appreciate, there's always some teacher who says at the end of a professional development, I appreciate Santa Rosa City Schools. And I appreciate that my administrators are going through this professional development as well, because I know at my site, if I begin to implement curriculum, they will understand and support me in that. And that's a really huge thing to hear. And it means something when you recognize the hardworking individuals here tonight to know they're dedicated to so many programs and initiatives, and this is one of them. 4 more key things to consider for implementation. Obviously, we'll continue the professional development. I mentioned why that's so important before. The IRB research, we would like it to be longitudinal and long-term, qualitative and quantitative. And I think knowing this Board of Education and knowing myself and knowing what we are committing ourselves to do, if we don't collect data that speaks to us about the experience, we're not really being thoughtful and comprehensive. We must continue the teacher collaborative. We'll have more teachers teaching next year than we have this year. So therefore, it's incumbent upon us to be even more responsive. That feels challenging because to talk about curriculum and learning in a deep and meaningful way is not a soundbite in the hallway. It's a 2-hour discussion about everything you've learned in your craft and how you're going to change it. But we want to make sure we continue to offer those spaces so deliberative long-term conversations can happen. And lastly, as you know, we want to expand course offerings at a pace that's rich and meaningful, but also once again maintains fidelity to the discipline of ethnic studies. So the courses are as rich as they can be and do not lose any quality in the process. So we started somewhere and you're like, we haven't moved off slide 1. What's Tim Zolinardo doing? He's reminding you that each and every one of us is responsible for this effort. We all play some part in it. And so I want to return to a thank you to our students, our parents and guardians who are listening now, and even those who didn't join us tonight. I want to make sure I'm thanking our community members because they embolden us and they work with us to make this work. I want to thank each and every one of our staff. I want to thank our cabinet for their tireless efforts and the Board of Education for their support. It takes each of us to be committed to a long-term project and program implementation ahead of state requirements to do so well. I threw in something that wasn't in the actual board cover. I don't know if I have to include it in some other way, but I received a beautiful PowerPoint today from one of our teachers at Montgomery High School who took her students down to San Francisco as part of her ethnic studies course. And they went through an area that contains many murals, and all the murals are about social issues. There was a host of them. I got to gladly sit there and look through all like 20 slides or whatever today and read about each one. And each mural was accompanied by a student reflection about what they kind of learned, understood, or took away. And the host of issues was myriad. You would, your head would be spinning. It was tons of topics. It was amazing. But I wanted to share one that you could read. There's been some other photos in this, small snippets, little tidbits, little Hansel and Gretel, breadcrumbs. There's a lot going on out there and a lot with meaning. Which takes us to the end, but really the continuation of what we're doing. Can't pass up a chance to praise Angela Davis But what I do need to make sure I also praise is the following. One more flip of the page and I'll be there. This quote speaks to transformative, but so does the Santa Rosa City Schools mission, written by this very Board of Education. It's easy to say that word. The directors a few years ago met in a retreat and we asked ourselves, what does transformative mean? A student who can come out literate and able to analyze political rhetoric, that's transformative. A student who's able to come out and understand mathematics at a deep engineering level or change our social platform so we really have community in the future, that's transformative. It's also transformative to be able to live up to the following. Santa Rosa City Schools ensures equitable access to a transformative educational experience grounded in the assets of our students, staff, and community. We nurture the whole student in an engaging, challenging, and safe environment. We recognize and value each student's individuality and our community's cultural wealth. Living up to our promise, this is me now, that was the board's language, and thank you. Living up to our promise and our mission statement in reality, sí se puede, y nos todos somos. Thank you. And I'll turn it back to President Sheffield for any questions or discussion by the board.
Thank you, Tim. This really was a great presentation and update. We get a chance to see everything that you're doing, all the incredible work, and thank you and thank your team. And I'm going to just turn it over to the board if you have questions on the presentation, questions of Mr. Zanardo. I see Trustee Medina's hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Hi, first off, thank you for the great presentation. You know, going back to like 2014 when this community organizing effort really pushed for this started, and hearing you talk about that student today was just like so impactful, because that's kind of like the vision of what I expected to happen, those experiences. But one of the questions that I have about something that you brought up was this micro-credentialing. Because I think it's really important to really build that, not only professional development, but I think, well, I hope that lots of the students that go through this will also be motivated or inspired to also then go on and teach. And so in terms of micro-credentialing, is it just something that would be internal to Santa Rosa City Schools, or are we looking at like collaborating with like Sonoma State or someone else to have some sort of like credentialing that could be carried on forward somewhere else? Or is there ideas of maybe in the future developing for the past that students could maybe also build on getting that similar training to teach from what they learn here and might be inspired from?
First of all, good evening. Nice to see you, Mr. Medina. Hope you're doing well. Let me move this hand sanitizer bottle so I can direct the screen a little bit better. Thank you for the question. Okay, so yes. So in terms of this, we've talked about it internally. We talked about what could it be like to recognize something for professional development and requirements by working with the Acosta Educational Partnership and going through multiple years of a cohort that scales up your learning over time. We've talked about internally, what's it mean if we could recognize work time out of a professional development that correlates to salary scale and units of like work. And then that brings us to a relationship with Sonoma State. We've talked with Sonoma State a little bit, Asia LeDuc primarily, about would that even be possible of something to kind of move down that road where we could recognize it. And we've kind of discussed with, we've reached out to other counties and other districts, San Mateo and Davis Unified, who are also kind of contemplating similar things, because everyone's kind of finally attuned to the sense that we want to make sure we not only have the preparation and the support for our teachers, but also, once again, the discipline is respected with the quality, just like you would expect for a high level kind of social science or, you know, chemistry course, etc. So we've discussed all of those. I can't say we're in enough firm ground to say exactly what it will be, except for right now, we are requesting that our teachers be engaged in our ethnic studies, professional development, and be at least in one of the cohorts, if not into multiple years of it, before they can actually take on a course, so that we know they have some requisite background and experience and knowledge. So there's more to come, and we'll have to explore that, Mr. Medina, so we'll see.
And in terms of the IRB, I heard you mention that something is almost ready, but is this something that will continue ongoing as it further develops?
Yeah, that's the plan. So once again, the qualitative that we're going to start with will just be about student voice and what's the experience like. You know, obviously we have all the requirements, which is the beauty of institutional review board approved study. It's going to maintain confidentiality. There won't be like any critical feedback or evaluating teachers from it. It's just kind of to gather program efficacy and understand experience. That right now is written in such a way that we can capture this year's students, and we'll also be able to work with students and capture the qualitative feedback for next year. In the long term, we've already began discussions and kind of started to talk about what it would look like to map out that longitudinal data study, and that will be kind of the next step. So the plan is to continue forward and to make sure that we have data all along the way that's informing our understanding and our growth of the program. I mean, I talk a lot about, you know, efficacy and program quality, but I mean, most of all, we want to know, does the experience have impact and meaning? Are students still saying it's relevant and they want to be in there? And number two, we want to know kind of like, does it have impact in terms of a student's kind of educational outcomes? That is part of the supposition we've made. That is a conjecture that we can't carry lightly. And often in education, we move through initiatives so quickly we don't take the time to actually tell ourselves if it's working. But to add on to your question, we've also discussed about gathering feedback from teachers and moving to a more formal data gathering information from teachers about their experience as well. So not only would it continue and it would go on and, you know, longitudinally with us, but it would also increase its scope for more voices and feedback.
And you just touched upon my final question for now as it relates to educational outcomes. I was interested in, well, I think it might be too soon for like grade data, how are students doing like in terms of grades in these courses? And if over time we are able to see students that take these courses, how it might be impacting their grades in other courses. Because to me, the relevancy point that you made was kind of like a key motivation for me, really pushing and advocating based on my experience. But to me, it's also a motivator for becoming more engaged in school overall. And so any data that could come on that, I think I would appreciate it. But if you guys have some sort of way or plan on how that will be collected and then presented, that'd be great to know.
Yeah, I look forward to speaking to that in the future. I think that's really important. I don't know if we have it all, you know, mapped out every step of the way in terms of that, because that is a complex nexus of different things that drive motivation, right, and outcomes. And so we'll have to be careful. And that's where we'll look to having colleagues who work in that formal kind of, you know, ability to kind of look at data studies and how to put them together to help guide us. Like Heather and I ourselves have actually taken the actual courses to be investigators along with Asia Leduc, so we are certified because we don't want to just be on the outside of these conversations. We want to be in the middle of them and make sure that we're kind of understanding things both kind of from an empathetic kind of intuitive lens and from a very analytical kind of thoughtful like data crunching in. And yeah, we look forward to more on that and sharing more at the board as we firm up more plans. Thank you for those questions. Nice
Thank you, Trustee Medina. Other questions from the board? All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Questions from the virtual community out there. Comments.
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item E8, Ethnic Studies Implementation Update, please raise your hand at this time. And it looks like there are 2 hands raised. Our first speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Good evening, staff. Again, we're back at the same place we always end up, where when we talk about ethnic studies. I went to Vallejo High School, and in the 7th grade, they taught me that we had 6 Black presidents. I was told that they looked like me, being a biracial Black male, that we had 6. Our history doesn't reflect that, period. How are the people in this situation going to teach lessons to our youth about our history when they don't share our history? How are we going to continue to wake the woke crowd up and continue to push these agendas based upon individuals of certain ethnic groups versus others? true equality and equity in these ethnic studies is going to be something that you guys don't put through some micro lens through one group or another and try to figure out how to unify us and not divide us. By putting us in these small boxes and places that you continue to put us in, you create more problems. You continue to give us this same issue. I don't want people teaching me from a textbook when they have absolutely zero qualification to be doing so and have no background whatsoever in ethnic studies other than reading a book. Get into your communities of color and actually learn something from them. Go take them to the alley in San Francisco where they show the Palestinian art of the Palestinians being oppressed in their own country. Go show them the fact that reparations still hasn't been given to Black people. Show them all these things. Show some real, actual potential growth in our community and figure out how to not divide us, not
Thank you,
conquer
Mr.
us.
Pryor. Your time is up. And our next speaker is Lynn Sato.
Hello, it's Lynn Sato. First of all, real quick, I want to thank Superintendent Trinnell for reaching out to Texas. I think that's amazing, very appreciative. Thank you so much for that. On Tim, met you a couple times in the office of Hidden Valley, so you kind of know me, but wonderful programs. And I was looking at Superintendent Trinnell's programs, and I have a question about the ALPS program. Seeing all these programs, and I see absolutely nothing for ALPS. Yes, I've been to the 2 meetings, and it was a slideshow. There's students in the ALPS. Second meeting, it was about the doctor talking about the welfare and mental of your child in the ALPS program. Where's the resources to kids that are excelling to keep them excelled? We have all these wonderful programs for kids, you know, helping them. But it used to be back in the day, the GATE program. It was a wonderful program and the district was getting money for that. So we need to know if the district is getting money for the ALPS. And on that, we need the transparency of the funds from the Tubbs fire, from the satellite school burning down. Where's the funds for that? And yes, I've emailed several of you and think you're working on it about our teachers for next year at Hidden Valley and no combo classes and more teachers, and waiting for a response on that. And the state budget surplus, you have a whole list of everything I'm going through, and our school lunches. So there's a lot of resources also that we need to get to. So waiting to hear any answers on all my questions. You can reread our email because I'm not the only parent at Hidden Valley. There's several of us waiting for responses, and I appreciate everything. So thank you.
And there are no more hands raised at this time.
All right, thank you so much, Adina. We are bringing it back to the board for further questions, discussion. This is a discussion item. Yes, continue. Trustee Pong, sorry.
I would just like to thank Tim and Heather Garcia Rossi and all the teachers who are doing ethnic studies that they are doing with such heart, soul, advocacy, and real excellence. So I think this district is leading in ethnic studies in the state, as far as I can see. Good job.
Excellent work. Yes, thank you so much. And thanks to your team. Make sure that those who aren't tuning in are aware that how appreciative we are. Moving this forward was a big task. And I'm glad that we're getting to a point where we can sit back and look. It was something that Trustee Medina had brought up, which was maybe finding a way to track how students do in other courses. And this was something that came up. I might have come up back when we initially were putting this together, I might have heard it. I might have heard it elsewhere, but you know, where ethnic studies programs have been implemented, they found that there was an increase in student engagement and even attendance went up when there were programs, courses around ethnic studies. So that's something that's really exciting. I think that's something that when you come back to us again, I hope you can share some of that with us. Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, kind of impart something that I heard in comment, that to me, the greatest part about this is that the greatest educational resource in these courses are the students themselves and the stories and experiences that they bring to the courses. With that said, I just want to say that I'm really happy to hear where we're at. I'm satisfied with our progress. I still feel we got a long way to go, but I just want to say thank you to everybody for all your hard work to get us where we're at today. I'm very satisfied and very happy to be a part of everything that's happened here. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you again, Tim. Looking forward to seeing you come back. All right. We are going to move on to agenda item E9. This is a discussion action. Consideration of the feasibility of school improvement bond measure for Santa Rosa City Schools. The board will receive information regarding potential placement of new general obligation bond measure on the November 2022 ballot. That's this fall. The board will also be presented with information regarding a contract with TBWBH to conduct a feasibility assessment prior to the deadline to qualify for the November election. Presenting this agenda item will be Superintendent Trunell.
And I welcome Deputy Superintendent Edson as well, as he will probably do most of the talking on this item. But thank you, Board President Sheffield, members of the board, staff, and community. We are bringing forward information tonight for the potential of a school improvement bond measure for Santa Rosa City Schools for the November 2022 ballot for your consideration tonight. I do want to just reiterate what Board President Sheffield just said. What we are doing tonight is providing you some information about the potential, and then also as an action item, asking for your consideration to approve the consulting agreement with Terrace Barnes, Walters, Boygan, Keith, Lester Incorporated, AKA TBWBH, for your consideration tonight. And I will hand it over to Deputy Edson for more information.
Thank you, Superintendent Trunell. Good evening, President Sheffield, members of the board. Joining me tonight, I'd be remiss if I don't introduce him immediately after forgetting about him last time. I'd like to introduce Greg Isom, who is joining us via Zoom tonight, who is our bond financial advisor and has been so since 2014 or before, when the district went out for Measure I and L. As a reminder that we all know, Measure I and L were passed in 2014, November of 2014, Measure I for the high school district, approval of $175 million general obligation bond to be used on facility and technology improvements and other items throughout the district. Measure L was for our elementary school district, $54 million for the same uses within our elementary schools. Going forward on that, two major projects started immediately. That was technology infrastructure and Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. And at that time, the board elected to complete a facilities master plan before moving forward with other bond items. The facilities master plan was finished in approximately April of 2016. And the remainder, or the work to date, really started the summer of 2017 with the bond program. Since that time, we've done many projects, including upgrades to technology, HVAC systems, roofing systems, athletic fields, etc. We are nearing the end of our available dollars for that bond. As we move forward, I'd also like to note during that time period, costs have escalated significantly. And since 2020, they've increased even faster, and now dealing with supply chain issues. across a broad spectrum of projects that would be accomplished by the bond. We're looking at how we're going to implement the last monies of Measure INL through this time period. So with that, we also know that with the facilities master plan creation, the facilities master plan not intended to be a document solely for the Measure INL bond program, but needs to exceed the bond program, identified approximately $1.4 billion in 2016. So with cost escalations, the need is even greater now from a financial perspective, and also additional age and wear and tear on facilities and infrastructure. So with that, we went through an initial process of evaluating the eligibility that Mr. Isom will talk about in a few moments on a short slideshow, what the district would be eligible for, both the elementary and high school district, through additional bond measures. And then we'll also talk about a potential timeline with TBWBH on polling, so that can be brought back to the board for a decision prior to the final filing date for entry, if you will, on the November ballot. So with that, I will share my screen and turn the presentation over to Mr. Isom.
Thank you, Rick. Good evening, school board, superintendent, admin team. Greg Isom with Isom Advisors. And I'm going to talk to you about the mechanics a little bit on just how bonds work and how we get to the actual numbers. And while that $1.3 billion or $6 billion number is gigantic, everybody's school facility master plans normally are an extremely large number that not just one bond measure can do. It normally takes 20, 30 years to kind of implement the program based on what they have. So Rick, if you want to just turn the page to the very first slide, I'm going to discuss the elementary school district first, and realize that how I describe the process for the elementary, it's going to be the same for the high. So I'm not going to go through the high school and repeat everything I just said. I'll just hit the highlights of it. But if you take a look at the right-hand side of the slide here, this is the history of the district, of the elementary school district, where they passed a bond in 1997, 12 million, a bond in 2002, 19.1 million, and then the $54 million bond in 2014. Second bullet point says district has no remaining authorization. That means that the district has no more bonds to sell. And so they are currently, I believe, in the process of spending down the remaining funds. The combined 21-22 tax rate for the elementary school district is $33.50 per 100,000 of assessed value. What this means is that property owners in your district on their tax bill for the elementary side pays $33.50. So if their property is assessed at 100,000, they're paying $33. If their property is assessed at $1 million, they're paying $330, right? So an elementary school district can ask its voters to approve a tax rate of $30 per 100. So how do you compare to some of your other elementary districts, in the surrounding areas? Bellevue's tax rate is, they've done a few bonds, but their tax rate's, over $60. Wright School District's bonds, district's right around 30. Roseland's closer to 60. Mark West is right around, $30. Pioneer right around $30. So everyone's kind of at the same amount. There's a few districts that have higher tax rates, because it's always important to know how you compare to your neighboring districts. Are we overtaxing our community? Are we undertaxing our community? How do we fare, right? And so that chart in the middle of the page where it says, historical assessed value, this shows what all the taxable value is in the boundaries of the elementary school district. So you can see it's approximately $11 billion. And it has gone up, quite nicely since the district did its bond in 2014, almost, as I said, 46-50%, which means that, while we told the voters there was going to be a higher tax rate, because your tax base has grown so much more and new buildings happen and the property's been reassessed, the tax rate has actually gone down dramatically from what you told the voters it was going to be in 2014. That bottom bullet point, there's a term called bonding capacity. And the term bonding capacity is a number that the state of California gives school districts and says, you're allowed to put your your tax base into debt up to a certain amount. And for your elementary school district, it's 1.25% of the assessed value. So if you take the 11 billion, multiply it by 1.25%, it gives you 137.9 million. And the state says you have to subtract out your outstanding principal, which is 47 million, which gives you a current debt limit or your true bonding capacity of $90.9 million. So every single year, generally, this number of 90.9 is going to go up. One, because you're going to be paying outstanding principal off, and two, your tax base, as you can see, has had very significant growth, on average of 3.5%. This includes the fires that went, and this includes the recession. Okay. So overall, in a couple, maybe 2 years, your bonding capacity is going to be over $100 million, in 5 years, 110. So that's kind of how bonds kind of are set up from the property tax value component and from tax rates. And Rick, if you turn to the next page, this kind of shows you different tax rates and how much they would generate on the elementary school district. You can see on the left-hand side of that chart where I have tax rate of a 19, 25, and 30. And then you can kind of see Series A, B, C, and D, 2022, 2024, 2027, 2029. And then the total bond amounts on the right-hand side. So if the school district were to do a $30 tax rate per 100,000 of assessed value, right now it could generate up to $124 million. Remember, we don't get all 124 million in one chunk. You sell in tranches or series, as they call them. So you can see you get those, 32 million in 2022 and 29 in 2024. And the reason I gave different tax rates has to do, with, as Rick was alluding to, with the voter opinion survey, because, generally speaking, when surveys go out and community members are asked, what would you be willing to support, or what tax rate would you be willing to support? I wanted to give you guys an idea. If your community said, $30 is a little too rich for us, but I'm okay with $25, or your community says, I will only support 19. Well, a $19 tax rate will still generate, close to $80 million. Okay. We're using annual growth rate of 3.75%, typical 30-year bond terms. If we wanted to go more aggressive growth rates and maybe assume, 4% as opposed to 3.75, we could get up to 136 million. So as I said, shockingly, 8 years later, you can generate almost twice as much money as you were in 2014. Next page, Rick. So this is the high school district, the history of the high school district on the right-hand side. So as they did a bond in 1991, a bond in 2002, and the bond in 2014. You've sold all your bonds from the 2014 election, all your other ones. So you have zero bond money to sell right now. And the combined tax rate for the high school district is $28.50 per 100,000 of assessed value. The maximum that a high school district can ask its voters to approve per election is $30. So the fact that you guys, did 3 bonds and you have 2 still on the books and it's less than $30, that's a pretty low tax rate for a district of this size. You can see the year-over-year growth from 2011 to 2022. So, if we went back, 5 or 10 more years back to 2001, your percentage of change would probably be closer to 4.5%, but we just kind of took a snapshot of the last 11 years, which shows that your overall tax base has grown at 3.6% year over year. That second bullet point where I talked about bonding capacity, high school districts are also 1.25% like elementary school districts. You have $162 million of principal out there. And so your current debt limit right now is about $289 million, which means that at this exact day, you could put your community into debt today of $289 million. Okay. And once again, paying off old principal, paying in your tax base continuing to grow, that 289 for a district of this size is, probably next year is going to be over $300 million, the year after $315 million. Okay. So if we go to the bond proceeds on how much does your high school district's tax base generate, you can see with a $30 tax rate, it generates $400 million. A $25 tax rate generates $334, $19 tax rate generates $253 million. This is using assessed value growth rate of 3.75. If we wanted to just take it to 4%, you could generate, close to $440 million. But once again, at the end of the day, we don't know 100%. This is all just numbers that you plug into in an analysis, and it spits out how much a $30 tax rate would generate within these timeframes. At the end of the day, what it really boils down to is what is your community willing to support, do they want to do a bond, and what appropriate tax rate is there. So Rick, you want to go to the next page? So this is the facilities feasibility assessment for the bond. So you can see right now you have the August 12th deadline coming, so you got 2.5 months or so. And you can see in that purple where it says feasibility study, okay? The first thing to be done right out of the gate is doing a community opinion survey, a poll, right? The purpose of the poll is to do a couple of things. One, to assess what the community thinks of the school district, right? Do they trust the district with its bond dollars? How do they feel about how, the district's finances? Some ideological questions. Do you believe that, schools, good schools improve property values? You want to kind of get how the community feels about certain things. You're then just going to kind of test the actual bond question and say, the district's looking to do a school improvement bond measure on the November 22 ballot, considering doing a measure, right? Let me read you the proposed language. They typically will read, 75 words, similar to what would be in front of a voter going to the booths. And they say, would you vote yes or would you vote no? Or are you undecided? People will then give the responses. If they say they're undecided, generally the person says, well, are you leaning yes or are you leaning no? We really want to figure out where, this voter is leaning towards. Generally, a bunch of questions are asked about the facilities. Would you be willing to support a bond if you was going towards this? What about this? What about this project? What about this one? Sometimes they're very specific and sometimes they're very broad because you're just trying to figure out what really makes the community tick right now. What are they open to? What are they completely against? Do they really want to support the Rick Edson, gymnasium? I don't know why, Rick, you name it after yourself, but for some reason, I don't think they'd support that one. So you ask a bunch of facility questions. You then sometimes will then ask the question, well, hey, now that you've heard all these cool things that the bond's going to do, would you vote yes or would you vote no? Okay. You then get into, tax rate questions. Would you support the bond if it was 30? What if it was 25? What if it was 19? And you're really trying to fine tune what is an appropriate tax rate that your community is willing to pay. Maybe they're totally fine paying 30. Maybe they say, nope, too rich. I don't like what's going on in the world right now. I'll do $19, and then you ask a bunch of tax rate questions, some negative questions. Well, what if you knew, that inflation went to this? Would you still vote yes for the bond? And then you kind of ask the question again towards the very end. You say, now that you've heard all this information about all this, the projects and the costs, would you vote yes? Would you vote, and you kind of compare the two, and that kind of dictates, how your community is feeling. Are they pro project? Are they tax sensitive? And that kind of gives you a good gauge on one, as you can see under this purple feasibility study one, is the timing right now good for your community? The purpose of the poll is to take away that gut feeling where people say, I don't know if now is a good time to do it. I have no idea right now either. And that's why you ask the community. I don't know if the bond amount is a big bond scary to people. Are they willing to do 399, or is that scary? Maybe you need to take it into the 200s. I don't know. Tax rate, what's going on with the $30, $25.19? Nobody knows until we ask the question. And mind you, when you do the survey is not to, just call up, 400 to 500 just random people. The purpose of the survey is to contact the demographic of the exact voter who shows up in the November election. So if somebody has never voted before, yet they've been registered to vote for the last 30 years, they're not going to call this person because that person's opinion, it doesn't matter when it comes to this measure because they're not going to vote. So they're generally calling high propensity voters that match the age demographics and political party demographics that show up in November. You can kind of also see feasibility study, the political landscape. We talked about that. It's an issue about, are there issues about inflation? Is that scary? What about COVID? Is COVID still a thing? Competing issues, you need to figure out, is the college doing a bond at the same time? If they are, maybe you want to survey something like that and say, well, if you knew that the college is doing something, would you be more open to approving the college bond or the high school bond? And then potential controversy kind of turns into, well, what's going on in the school district? What's going on in the communities? Is there something buzzing? Well, maybe we can figure this out and determine, is this going to hurt or harm your bond? Okay. And based off of these bullets right there under the feasibility study kind of tells you, is this a green light? Is this a yellow light? Is this a red light? If your survey comes back extremely negative, we just pull the plug and say, hey, your community is not open to it right now. And we've done a bunch of surveys where I've had to deliver that news, to a high school district recently. I said, your community doesn't want to do it. But then conversely, I had a district, 50 miles away. Say, guess what? Your community does want to do it. So truly every community is different. Okay. But if it's a green light and everything looks super positive, that's where you can see build consensus, where you write the resolution, you get the projects down, the project list, you put the ballot question, based off of, some of the results of the survey. And that gets brought to the board sometime to vote on before August 12th. You'll see there's non-advocacy communication. Sometimes, it's good on the district's part to sometimes send out some informational mailers, just kind of, telling some of the positive things that the district's been doing for the last 8 years or 2 years or last year, right? And then consensus building actually means, if there's a bunch of, key supporters, let's start rallying some of these troops right now and get people excited for what's going to be taking place. And then you can kind of see once the board calls for the election, it turns into the advocacy campaign, where kind of, everyone puts on their campaign hat. School district can't be involved in anything campaign related. And so all this stuff is set up by the individual campaign committee. And that takes you to election day, in November. Rick, is there another page or is that it? Getting started. I just did all this.
I believe you covered it great.
No, so that's in essence, that's the mechanics of how a bond works, from the tax base to the budget, to information, to the survey, taking you all the way to August 12th.
You did a great job, Mr. Isom.
Thank you.
Board members' questions. I have one question. I just, and this might be actually for Rick. And when I first came on the board in 2016, and this was after INL had passed, there was a facilities needs assessment, or it was determined that, boy, we had a lot more needs than a bond would even scratch the surface on. And I know, since then, we've really gotten on top of, and we've been very efficient with the use of these bond dollars. What's our assessment now? Are we, our greatest needs, give us a sense, maybe not at this meeting, but I'm not asking for a huge explanation, but we have needs. We have a lot of needs. We didn't cover those needs from 2014 to now. And so maybe for the public to give us a sense of what our greater needs are.
Yeah, President Sheffield, I'll be happy to prepare something to share with the board and the community. But I will say, just on the top level, if you will, to your question, our buildings have not gotten any younger. We've been working on, HVAC and roofing primarily, right? Because that was a huge identified need at all of our schools. It still continues to be as we still go through those projects. There's other buildings. There's a lot of internal facilities work that needs to be done with modernization of classrooms, right? And updating classrooms and creating different learning environments that I know many board members have a vested interest in doing. But just, basic, I'll say, not basic maintenance, right? Making sure the lights turn on, but just basic upkeep over a long period of time with buildings that are aged, that weren't designed for technology, that weren't designed for other aspects of what's happening in classrooms today. That all needs to be looked at again. I would say also with moving forward on this, it would also be appropriate to update the entire facilities master plan, right? Including the priority list that you're speaking to and about, President Sheffield, in order to say, hey, we did do these things. They're not a priority anymore. Here are some new priorities, or here are the priorities that were there that didn't get to because of cost escalation factors, inflation, et cetera, during that time period, or during this current time period.
Thank you. Trustee Medina.
Thank you. Well, first off, was I correct in hearing that we're limited to $30 per $100,000 of assessed value? Is that correct?
So that's the max that you can ask your voters to approve per election.
Okay. So to me, it sounds like because we're both an elementary and high school district, that overlapping area, we're able to, in essence, $60, 30 for each as a limit. Okay. Thinking long term, one of the questions that arises for me that I'm interested in maybe knowing is one of the discussions we've been having is about district consolidation and what would happen to bonds if that were to occur. Specifically with us, if we were to consolidate into just one district, would there be any adverse effects to those bonds, or would those be kind of like grandfathered into that one district? I don't know if that's information we have or we can get. But the other part that I'm interested in is I think it was August 10th board meeting deadline. I don't know what the specific timeline is in terms of getting back to us, but I would hope we'd maybe be able to see something before that meeting that's right by the August 12th deadline, so that we can have time to really evaluate and digest some of the information that we receive. Do you have an idea if that could be possible before then?
So from the survey perspective, the survey, if you guys were to approve it, it'll be done in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So that'd probably be at one of your June meetings, so to give you the idea of, hey, is this worth pursuing or not, right? Because if your survey comes in at 50%, forget it. We don't need to worry about anything. If your survey comes in at 63%, 64%, that's a great sign. It's like, hey, let's proceed. And that's probably was like, let's get your facilities list updated. Let's get the numbers, updated. And then you guys can really start talking about certain things. In regards to consolidation, there's multiple times in California where school districts have unified, or there's an elementary and a high school district and they unified, and the bond rates and the bond debt, everything just kind of gets molded into that new unified school district. So there's no issues. There's no, somebody's getting screwed over one way. Everything just kind of stays pretty much the same. It's just like moving forward, this is what it would turn into.
And in regards to the needs assessment, and this is maybe for Rick and possibly President Sheffield, prior to whatever is presented to the board, or is it normal for like maybe an ad hoc committee of the board to be a part of like maybe feeding into or commenting on that before it comes to the entire board in terms of how big that list may be or what may be on it?
It certainly could, Director Medina. One thing that we do have for us is still our original needs assessment. So that will be updated. And then, through other things that we know have come up during that time period, and then other desires could also be added to that needs assessment, either through committee or through different forms of feedback on that could then be determined through a staff committee or an ad hoc board committee, right, to look at that before final language went in with that. And what Mr. Isom said is absolutely true. The polling will be relatively quick if we move forward with it, where there would be a couple of opportunities before the August 10th meeting to discuss things at different stages, right? Through potentially the second board meeting in June, the July board meeting, et cetera.
And just one last question in terms of the estimated cost, the $103,000 in mailing information, that's mailing for the feasibility. Is that like get some sort of feedback, or what are we mailing now, or is that later on? I'm not sure.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, this is for TVWB.
Yes.
Their however you say their name. I think that's probably, it probably goes in a stage to where if the survey looks good, and then it's a matter of you probably want to inform your community of what you're doing rather than just have to surprise them on election day. So it's a matter of being transparent. It's a matter of providing good information, answering questions that community members might have. But that's probably that they wouldn't, that 100 and, whatever cost to do mailings might not happen if the survey were to come back negative.
Thank you.
And I also say,
Laura?
Director Medina, I believe based on the information that we sent out with the bond in January, February, this cost would represent 4 mailings, two to the elementary and 2 to the high school district.
Okay, Trustee Flores, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, so what is the passage threshold that we're looking at for a bond?
55%.
55%. Okay. So, and I'm a little bit worried about the time frame, during for bond measures. According to CSBA, they do ask us to do a 12 to 18 month sort of period, and we have 6 months left. So I know you're crunching everything in the next 6 months. So I'm assuming you're a political consultant firm, right? What sort of strategies do you have to make sure that if we're at a, let's say 52%, visibility on your polling, what can we do to get the willpower or the campaign to make sure that we get that threshold of 55%?
Probably my recommendation, I think this would be the recommendation of Charles Heath as well, is if your survey comes in at 52%, I don't think it's worth pursuing this November. I personally think that the only way we should be, or you guys should, I would recommend moving forward with the bond, or Charles would be, is if your survey's, 59% or above. And so, when it comes to, the 12 to 18 months, 18 months is pretty far. I mean, maybe that's part of the process of, getting your master plan done, but there's a lot of school, like most school districts don't have a master plan, and that thing takes months to get to. And so if there's a school district that already has a master plan, well, then that timeline of 12 to 18 turns into, 6 to 12 months type of a thing. The most important component right now is your community open to doing this? And I always say, kind of, in the business, it's like 59% or above. If you're like 59 to 63, that means, hey, odds are pretty good you're going to win. And if you're 64 and above, you're most likely going to win unless something crazy happens, before election day that nobody has any control over, like a new COVID comes and everything gets shut down, right? If you're 55 to 58%, that's dicey. And I'd say, unless you guys are dying to do a bond this November, you should probably wait until 2024. And if you're below 55%, as I said, I'd say your community is not ready. Even though you guys really, really want to do this, maybe your community doesn't want to do this right now, and you're better served getting everything ready, because the survey will also tell you where you're lacking. If it's a matter of the community doesn't trust you, if the community's anti-tax, you can start kind of working on things in the next 12 to 24 months to address the issues that the community has with whatever perceptions exist out there.
Okay, so in terms of what's my next question here? It looks like we already have a master plan. Do we have some major projects that that you think might be of interest to the public? I know certain projects are more attractive than others. Let's say, building or my computer just died here. Not building, but maybe remodeling, like the arts projects, or ArtQuest, or something in particular that might be a little bit more attractive than other projects, to make sure that we get that sort of pool.
Yeah, there certainly is, Director Flores. I mean, one of the things with the bond measures that we're doing now, right, is there's not a lot of curb appeal, admittedly, with HVAC units on top of roofs and roofing systems being implemented primarily, right? You don't go by the school and go, wow, that's a cool new roof, because most of the times you can't see it, right? Our probably our biggest, curb appeal projects, have been Charter for the Arts, the athletic fields, et cetera. Pioneer Lights, right? That's very visible. You can see that from a long way away, that something that wasn't there a couple of years ago that is there now. There's plenty of need on all of our campuses. Probably Charter for the Arts will be at the bottom of the list with the new buildings and construction modernization that happened there. But, there are classrooms in every school at this district that need help. There are buildings and facilities at every school that needs help. There's a number of measures that could be highlighted as priorities that, to your question, and the path you're going down, Director Flores, would be, eye appealing to the community.
And let me
not only
just
for students and staff as well.
And let me just add, Rick, what's to me, this is the funnest part of the community poll is really seeing what your community prioritizes over other things.
Right.
And while Rick, where you said, roof, people can't see roofs, generally in almost every community in California that does a survey for school districts, roof repair or roof replacement is almost always top 4. Because there's a lot of us who, even though they can't see it, they would say, well, you know what, if I had a leaky roof, or if that would be one of the first things I spend my money on if I had a problem like that. And so they sometimes will put that hat on when they're answering surveys, and I have seen wild responses all over the state, where boards thought for sure this was going to be the #1 project and ended up being number 8 on the list, or boards that didn't think one was going to be good and that ended up being top 2. I've been surprised. And so, and this is where you say, truly every community is different. And there's no way for anybody to know what the answer is until you ask that question or questions about specific projects.
Excuse me, President Sheffield. We need a time extension.
Yes. So,
I am going to move that we extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Second.
all right. All in favor of extending the meeting until 11 o'clock? Show of hands. Aye. Okay. Continue, please.
We're going to say goodbye to Georgia, who has to go home to study for a math final.
Thank you again so much, Georgia. Thank you, Georgia. Best of luck.
Thank you, Georgia. Okay, so I'm going to stop, but I hear that what you're saying is that we can do it within the time allotted because of the master plan. Okay, so okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we are going to go to public comment. We do have a blue card. Thank you, Adina. We have Margie Brady Long in the audience. Welcome. Oh, we might have a little assistance with the microphone. I know.
Sorry, it was all lit up. I thought it was working. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I think we have an incredible opportunity here to get all our employees on board to help push for this. If we can create an inclusive process that is transparent about decision-making for how we're going to spend this money. And I think that's the nicest way to say what I would like to say tonight. So I hope you can seriously give that some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have members of the virtual audience who wish to speak to this agenda item?
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item E9, consideration of the feasibility of school improvement bond measures for Santa Rosa City Schools, please raise your hand at this time. And it looks like we have one hand raised from Sheila Walker.
Hi, yeah, I just think this is an area where critical outreach to families I feel is really lacking. It's going to be difficult to get support. That's just my opinion from someone who's probably supported every bond measure that had to do with schools.
that I voted on. It won't get my support because I see how COVID funds and other funds are being spent. And I don't feel like they've been directed to our students and the kids that are in the buildings. Thank you.
And there are no other hands raised.
Thank you, Dina. Bringing it back to the board for further discussion, questions, and we're also seeking a motion to approve the consulting contract with TBWBH.
I move that we approve the consulting contract.
I'll second.
All right, moved by trustee Fong, seconded by trustee blah, 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 blah. My mouth doesn't work. McCormick, thank you. We are ready for a vote.
Director Fong. Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Isom. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Okay,
Have a good night.
we're moving on to agenda item E10. This is a discussion item on solar photovoltaic technology project presentation. District staff have identified an opportunity to install solar photovoltaic technology at schools throughout the district that will provide significant cost-saving benefits. These solar arrays would be funded at no cost to the district power purchase agreement and could potentially have a cumulative savings of 35 to 40 million over the life of the installed systems. Presenting this agenda item, we have Deputy Superintendent Rick Edson and Director Eric Oden. I'm going to turn it over to you, Rick.
Yeah, thank you, President Sheffield, members of the board, the community that's still in attendance or watching. Joining me tonight is Eric Oden. I believe has he been brought over? Am I missing him?
No.
Sorry, Dina, I didn't put Eric's name on the list. Can you bring Eric Oden over, please? Thank you.
We got him. Thank you.
Joining me tonight is Eric Oden, our Director of Maintenance and Operations. Also joining us is Scott Meinzen from Sizerco, along with Gabe Johnson from Sizerco, who will be here if they turn their cameras on to answer questions on behalf of Sizerco, who we have partnered with on this. In a moment, I'll hand the presentation over to Mr. Oden. But to introduce this, this is, I'll say, the last stretch of a project, a group of projects that started in 2017 with Sizerco with Prop 39 funds. We transitioned into looking at other ways that we could save the district money in the short term and the long term. In 2020, I believe it was, I don't have it right in front of me. Yeah, in June of 2020, we did enter in or send a letter of intent to Sizerco if they could come back with scenarios and ideas for a solar project that we would entertain those. Fast forward to May of 2022, and they'll talk about this briefly, and Eric will address some of this. Certainly, the COVID-19 pandemic took a toll on a lot of things, including some of our timelines for getting this work done. But tonight, with Eric leading the show, will be a presentation on a potential solar project through a power purchase agreement, and then be happy to answer any questions with the expectation that we come back at a subsequent board meeting with a proposed power purchase agreement for the board to consider for approval. So with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Oden.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Edson. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. I will share my screen. And I'm hoping everyone can see that okay. I'm gonna shrink this down. Thank you, Superintendent Trunell, President Sheffield, and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk with you today about bringing solar to our district. Today, I will discuss the Energy Initiative's background, project summary, site plans, and the next steps in the process of bringing solar photovoltaics to our district. The district worked with Sizerco Energy Solutions to complete energy audits at all facilities and identify opportunities for energy efficiency improvements. A list of opportunities was created, and the first project was a district-wide comprehensive LED lighting upgrade and HVAC improvements project. This project was completed in 2021 and will reduce the district's overall energy consumption by 35%, resulting in an annual savings beginning at $745,000 per year. The next step in the district's reduce then produce energy strategy is to install solar PV across the district in locations that are aligned with district preferences and acceptance. The estimated savings for the district is between $35 to $40 million over the life of the system. There are still future water and other electrical opportunities to come. Santa Rosa City Schools and Sizerco Energy Solutions propose installing 4.5 megawatts of solar across 20 of our district sites. Over the past year, district staff has been working closely with Sizerco Energy Solutions to identify and design solar PV systems aligned with district goals. The district has identified locations at each of the 20 schools that provide the best overall value to the district, both financially and logistically. Site locations have been reviewed and approved by staff, and in many instances, the proposed locations of systems have been presented and approved by on-site staff and principals. Except for one solar rooftop system at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, all installed solar PV systems will be carport structures that will be independent of existing facilities, mounted on steel structures that provide shade coverage for vehicles and parking lots, and students and staff in outdoor lunch and recreational areas. This project was funded by a power purchase agreement, also called the PPA, which will require no out-of-pocket costs to the district to install and maintain. This project has preliminarily been reviewed by Sonoma Clean Power. Financing and installing a solar array can be complicated due to the many parties involved. However, a solar PPA is the ideal financial structure to eliminate the primary challenge of going solar. With a PPA, our district will not be required to provide any upfront capital. Instead, Santa Rosa City Schools will partner with a private solar investment company, which can monetize the federal tax programs unavailable to a nonprofit organization. The investment company will then purchase, develop, and manage the solar array construction on Santa Rosa City School District property. Once completed, Santa Rosa City School will be able to buy the generated power at a fixed rate over the set term. The market will determine the PPA pricing, local incentives, and rebates. Solar energy is a fantastic way to lock in reliable electricity costs for decades while reducing our organization's impact on the climate. The district has an existing PPA on 3 sites, CCLA, LC Allen, and Maria Carrillo. This PPA was board approved and installed in 2008. It was a 20-year agreement and had some built-in problems for the district, the main one being that the annual escalator is too high at 3.56%. It has raised our rate above current PG&E rates. Some of the benefits of this solar project are providing shade protection for vehicles, students, and staff, predictable fixed electricity bills, and the local generation of power. These next slides show each of the sites, including where the solar array will be located and connected, and the electricity offset for that site. The electricity offset will never be 100%, because PG&E will not pay for any power the district produces that is not used. We will also need to leave room for other future district energy saving measures. To save some time, I will show all of the site slides, but just highlight a couple. Here we see Abraham Lincoln Elementary School. As you can see here, the solar array will be located on the east side of the campus, covering 21 parking spaces. This system will be sized at 97.2 kilowatts and provide a 76% electricity offset. Here you see Albert Biela Elementary School, another parking lot system. This is Brook Hill Elementary School. This goes over the playground area. This is Hilliard Comstock Middle School, another one that covers parking. Cesar Chavez Learning Academy covers up most of their parking lot. There's the district office, Ridgeway High School in the back, mostly parking spaces. This is LC Allen High School, again in the student staff parking lot. This is Helen Lehman Elementary School, and they'll have a solar array sized at 72.9 kilowatts. And since it sits at the edge of the playground, it will help provide some shade for staff and students. It has a 58% electrical offset. There's Hidden Valley Elementary School, again over the play area. James Monroe, same thing in the back. The Lewis Opportunity School, it's technically over the playground, but it actually is parking as well. Maria Creo High School, both staff and student lots. On this slide, you have Montgomery High School. This large solar array sits in both the student and staff parking lots and will cover 162 parking spaces. The size of the system is 558 kilowatts and will be offset the electricity or the site's electricity usage by 91%. Here you see the large system at Pioneer High School covering staff and student. Rincon Valley Middle School behind the tennis courts back there. Here's the only rooftop proposed system at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts on the new metal roof. Santa Rosa High School up in the main student staff lot. Here's Santa Rosa Middle School. We have a solar PV system that will sit over part of the field along the 5th Street side of campus. This system will be 145.8 kilowatts and will offset the site's electricity usage by 41%. Herbert Slater Middle School up in the main parking lot. And finally, Steel Lane Elementary School back over the playground in the back. There are significant benefits to our district going green, as you can see here. The proposed 4.5 megawatt solar array is equivalent to removing 133,093 tons of CO2 from the air, almost 2 million tree seedlings grown for 10 years, and over 26,000 cars removed from the road. There are 3 sites in our district that are not shown here, Burbank Elementary, French American Charter School, and Proctor Terrace Elementary, where there is not any viable location for this installation relative to the size of a solar array to the point of interconnection. So those are left out. Next steps will be the competitive solicitation to PPA providers, which is already underway. After that, the best proposals will go to the deputy superintendent and superintendent for approval, and then that item will be brought for final board approval. Construction could begin sometime this summer, and depending on some supply chain issues and the readily available materials, the last site could be completed in the fall of 2023. And thank you for allowing me to present to you this evening. We have a couple of representatives, as Deputy Superintendent Edson said, from Siserco Energy Solutions here with us tonight to help answer any questions. And with that, I'll stop.
And just, I just want to make one point on that we're learning about as every day goes by. The expected completion date of fall 23 is now looking at fall of 24 because of supply chain and all of the things that we talked about with the bond measures as well, right? Supply chain escalating costs, manpower. So that may be pushed out, but that'll be determined if we move forward with this.
But Rick, if we did move forward, projects could still potentially begin this summer. It just would push out the
Yeah, it would push out it for sure, President Sheffield. And if nothing else, you know, we'd be in line for those products to come into the school district for installation.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome, Sizer Co. I see we have some hands raised. We have Trustee Medina.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first is around, after the fires, we had the power safety shutoffs, and I think one of the issues that came up then was that even though we had solar voltaic systems installed, we didn't have batteries that can handle power when there was a power outage. Do any of these systems include that? Is that something that, if not, can it be considered? Is that something that we want? Any comments on that? That's my first question.
Well, I'll start, Director Medina, and I'll let Eric, Gabe, or Scott jump in. That would not be included with this project as is, but those are discussions that we have had in the past that we're not at a point to bring something back with batteries, but it's something that we are evaluating.
And my second question is, again, thinking to the future, 2035, when all vehicles sold in California have to be zero emission. As part of these parking spots, are we thinking or planning maybe for electric vehicles to be able to be charged there as part of these solar systems, or is that anything that can also be included?
Yeah, we are evaluating that right now. Please correct me, gentlemen. We have one school that qualifies for some assistance with putting in electric charging stations that we hope would be expanded in the future. And we're also in the process of evaluating that and how we could leverage that. Maybe not directly with this project, but indirectly because of this project.
Thank you.
Trustee Flores.
Hopefully this will be a quick answer. In the summary or the abstract, it says that depending on the type of PPA selected, we can expect to generate a savings of $175,000 to $320,000 per year. So what do you mean by the different types of PPA options selected? I mean, which one will yield the most savings?
You want to handle that, guys, with the different per kilowatt?
Sure, I'll take the lead on that. Rick, the PPA providers really provide three different variables with their offers for the projects. And those are the initial rate of electricity that the district will purchase electricity from the PPA provider at. The second is the escalation rate, which is the amount of cost increase on an annual basis. As Eric pointed out, we expect that to be somewhere between 0 and 2%. And then the third variable is the term of the PPA contract. And so we're going through an exercise, excuse me, right now of taking those different variables and putting them into cash flow scenarios and sharing that information with Mr. Edson and team so that they can review the different offers with the different variables from the PPA providers and then move to select a PPA contract that has the most favorable conditions in terms of those variables for the district. So when we put together this presentation, we had a range of savings that we thought we'd be able to capture for the district. And now we're going through the exercise of looking specifically at what the different options are so that we can help the district choose the best option that gets us closer to the higher end of the savings as possible.
Yeah, I have a question. I think Mr. Oden brought up a slide that sort of showed us the potential of exploring future energy efficient opportunities. And I'm wondering, a little curious to know, are there other efficiency measures that the district could be investigating to help us use less carbon, do the right thing, save money? We've already seen with this proposal that there's tremendous savings. what's the, with you guys, and thank you so much, Sizer Co, for what you've done this far. We've sort of captured a lot of that low-hanging fruit. What are other energy efficiency measures that we could be taking along these lines?
If it's okay with you, Rick and Eric, I'll answer this question
Yeah,
as well.
Gabe, if you want to get that, that'd be great.
Yeah, so over the course of working with the district over the last couple of years, we've done some pretty in-depth analysis of looking at the various schools site by site and trying to identify different energy conservations that continue to exist that haven't already been implemented, like the LED lighting, et cetera, that's already been implemented. So we do have a master list, so to speak, of different energy efficiency measures that can be implemented that will benefit the district. Things like refrigeration controls, building envelope measures, transformer replacements, things like that, that can reduce gas consumption, natural gas consumption, and electricity kilowatt hour consumption. And so we've been having some conversations with PG&E. You may be familiar with a recent project we did with the district that used PG&E's on-bill financing program to fund some of those energy conservation measures. We kind of tapped that program out, we thought originally, but PG&E has come back to us and suggested that they may have some additional funding that can be applied to the district to implement some more of those measures. So we're very much aware of them, and we're in the process now of trying to work with PG&E to try to capture some additional funding so that we can apply those to the additional measures and help the district benefit even further than where we are today.
Thank you, Gabe. Board members, other questions? All right, looking at the time. Seeing none, we're going to go to public comment.
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item E10, so solar photovoltaic technology project presentation, please raise your hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
Thank you. Okay, bringing it back to the board for any further questions, discussion. All right, well, it sounds like hopefully we will have this come back to us as an action item. We want to thank you guys. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Gabe and Scott. And thanks for sticking around this late in the evening. More discussion to come.
Have a great night, everyone.
Good night.
All right, quickly, we are going to move on to agenda item E11, a discussion item, the governor's May revision update to the proposed 2022-23 state budget. This is a discussion item, so I'm going to, well, we've got, Ms. Hello, welcome. We've got, I'm gonna turn it over to Joel.
Oh, can I start, please?
Oh, hi, Rick. Yes, I was wondering where this was going, so.
Joel's in the house tonight. I'm via Zoom. Good evening again, board members, President Sheffield and Superintendent Trunell. We want to share, we know in the interest of time, we'll make this quick. There'll be much more information at the public hearing of the budget on June 8th, but we did want to share some highlights from the May revision. We often talk about it. We spoke at length, through fiscal stabilization plan, second interim report, etc., about what could be in store for us with the May revision. I'm happy to say that it's predominantly good news, unlike May revisions in the past where you weren't quite sure. This one certainly is good. There are still some large question marks of what will be finally approved in the governor's budget by June 15th, and subsequently the omnibus trailer bill, which will lay out a lot of the ways some of these dollars are allocated and if there are or not strings attached to them. With that, I will share my screen. There is a lot of information in the presentation that we included in the board packet. I promise you we're not going to go through all of it, but I'll hit a couple of high notes and turn it over to Joel for some specifics regarding our budget. And then we will incorporate what we can for the public hearing on June 8th. So with that very familiar slide, the green stars now around May, revision going into June with budget adoption in preparation for the 22-23 fiscal year. The next few slides are really about the California economy and the increase and surplus or excess receivables the state got, almost quadrupled what they estimated from the January budget proposal to May revision. So as you can see here, the blue on these slides is the January governor's budget proposal. The yellow is the updated numbers at May revision. And as you can see across the board from the big three, where the bulk of state revenue comes from, are all significantly higher than the January governor's budget proposal, which means there was more money to allocate to K-12 in the form of LCFF, COLA, and some other factors that Joel will speak to. So we go through here. This slide is important with volatility of what's going on in the economy. As we all experience as we go to the store on a daily basis, the cost of goods and services has gone up significantly. We're not paying what we once did for a gallon of milk in recent times, and we're not paying what we once did for a gallon of gas for whatever reasons behind that. So there is some risk with this being the new standard, and really needing to look at this as we'll take what we can get this year and then we'll evaluate again next year based on what changes on a year-over-year basis. As you can see on this slide, the forecast going through 2025 is certainly on a downward trend, not the continuing skyrocket that we are experiencing right now. Here you can see Prop 98, that is how our district gets the majority of its money from the state. In looking at the difference between governor's budget and May revision. I know that was very quick, but I think it's more important to focus on the impacts to Santa Rosa City Schools for this meeting to incorporate those into the budget in June. But it is safe to say California economy is in a good place. The governor's budget proposal is in a good place. Joel will go over the high level stuff that pertains directly to Santa Rosa City Schools, and I'll make a few comments at the end. So that, Joel.
Thanks, Rick. Good evening, Superintendent Chanel, President Sheffield, members of the board. Thanks for having me tonight. Like Rick said, since January, revenues, state revenues based on taxes have come in higher. So with that higher revenues, that generates more Prop 98 funding for schools. And this is how that increased funding to Prop 98 affects Santa Rosa City Schools. So if you recall, or well, over 75% of our funding is from the state local control funding formula, which is the COLA, the cost of living adjustment, increases that level of funding over the prior year. And if you recall in January, the governor's proposal had a 5.33% COLA. If you also recall, in January as well, the Legislative Analyst's Office then predicted a 6.17% COLA. At our second interim in March, we split the difference, used a projection of 5.75 COLA. And then in April, the legislature set the COLA at 6.56%. So with which the legislature sets that COLA at 6.5%, that's the minimum COLA by law. So the governor has gone with his May revise the minimum COLA by law of 6.56% that was the statutory COLA. Now there are cases that school districts can, or that the governor can apply a less than statutory COLA, like in 2020, 21, when we got 0 COLA, but in this May, the governor's going with the 5.6% COLA. One other thing, which is an improvement from our 5.75 projection at our second interim. Now this May revision does improve the 2 out years from 3.61 to 5.38 in 23-24, and from 3.64 to 4.02 in 24-25. So that is generating some additional dollars for Santa Rosa City Schools, which is good. I'll get into where the real dollars are coming into Santa Rosa City Schools from the increase in Prop 98 in a couple future slides. Now, this May revise also continues to address the impacts to our enrollment in ADA from the coronavirus and the COVID-19 pandemic. If you recall, January, the governor predicted a 3-year rolling average in 23-24, or no, 22-23. Then the Senate, then there's some Senate bills came out that were addressing current year ADA by using prior year, or in the prior year's case, which due to COVID, we used the actual 2019-20 ADA report in. So we were in our second interim, we used the Senate bill projection of prior year ADA as our current year report. Now the May revise has come out something similar to that. Instead of using that prior year ADA report, they've said, we're going to use current year 21-22, but instead of using the prior year report, we're going to use the prior year yield. So that percentage compared to our enrollment in the prior year applied to our current year enrollment is what's included in the May revise. So with that, we'll use our yield for this year, and then next year that 3 prior year average. There was another thing included in the May revise that addressed charter schools. Charter schools will be able to use prior year ADA. They won't report it this year, but they'll be able to use prior year because it's the greater of current year or prior year, just like school districts do, but that's every year school districts are able to use that. So those are the big factors that are addressing the LCFF state funding. Rick, you can move on to others. So here's one item that's come out with the May revise that is good news for school districts. For the first time in Governor Newsom's governance, he is using one-time discretionary dollars. If you can recall, during Governor Brown's governance, we were getting one-time discretionary dollars almost every year, and they would come out in May. We'd start off in January not knowing we were getting one-time dollars, then in May we would get them. And here we go again with Governor Brown. These ones are fairly significant, more significant than we've seen in the past. These are projected at about $1,500 per ADA. You can see for Santa Rosa City Schools, that's almost $18 million in revenue. Now that is one-time revenue, but nonetheless, revenue that we were not predicting in January or March with our second interim. So we will include that moving forward in our budget adoption in June. Now that money has no restrictions and no deadline for spending. It has some guidelines, but they're not in law. So you can move on to the next slide, Rick.
I will just add to this slide. This is obviously great news for Santa Rosa City Schools. $1,500 per ADA based on P2. I do want to caution though that this is not final language. And there is, I'll say, disagreement between what this money actually will be when it's said and done, or if that money could be used for something else as part of the bartering that happens in Sacramento during the budget. negotiations between now and June 15th. We know there will be a budget between now and June 15th. We don't know if this dollar amount, this block grant amount will be the same after that or with the implementation of the omnibus trailer bill. So I just want to caution that this is the best information that we have tonight, but there's not agreement amongst even our alphabet soup of advisors about will this be the end result come July 1. So I just want to caution everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was probably the major area that Governor Newsom addressed, the increase to Prop 98 in that one-time discretionary funding. So now we're moving on to the transitional kindergarten implementation, universal transitional kindergarten. If you recall, in 2025-26, we'll have to provide we'll have to provide transitional kindergarten to 4-year-olds whose birthday occurs by September 1st. Starting this year, though, is the first year we're moving past, what is it? Now I think it's December 1st. We're moving that deadline out to February 2nd. Now,
it moves from December 2nd to February 2nd for the 22-23 school year, and 3 additional months each subsequent year until it's a full year implementation of 4-year-olds in TK.
right now, and so we have to admit and enroll those students into our TK program, into our transitional kindergarten programs. However, we don't start generating any LCFF revenue based on their 88 until they actually turn 5. And with the May revise, there is, well, not with the May revise, this continues. This was part of the January budget, but they're updating some of the TK ratio add-ons. So that although we can't start generating ADA, LCFF $88, there will be an add-on once they turn 5 associated with their ADA of about $2,800. And but another component of the transitional kindergarten is the teacher to student ratio, which is what 12-to-1. I got a little thing in here. Yeah, 12-to-1. So it's going to cost us some money. We're going to get a little bit more money, and we'll have the impacts of that in our budget in June. So CalPERS established their employer rate. You can see a little bit better rate than we were projecting in January, and you can see that's going to have a positive benefit to Santa Rosa's finances here with some savings of about, a little over 1% next year, a couple percent in the following year, 3% in the third year. So you can see those savings that not only Santa Rosa City Schools is getting, but all our charter schools as well. So, however, CalSTRS this May continues to use the rates that were projected in January.
And one additional note on that, the governor's January budget proposal nor the May revision has any help to offset CalPERS or CalSTRS directly. The reduction in CalPERS is directly attributed to CalPERS Board of Directors voting and finalizing their rates. In other years when this happens, in the last couple of years, we've had additional help from the governor's budget. So I just want to make note that there is no mention of CalPERS or CalSTRS in the budget proposal or the May revision.
Yeah, so there were other areas in the state budget or in the May revision budget that were continued, but there were some improvements in the level of funding. And the level of funding, how that'll impact Santa Rosa, we'll have that information when we adopt the budget in June. But for example, the expanded learning opportunities program continues in the May revision. It's ongoing money. I think we have like $4 million in allocations, and that continues in the May revision. Independent study. So we're looking to see what changes would be in independent study in May. May revise continues to expire that the current program at the end of the current school year, but it for those who continue with it, it did update timelines for collecting written agreements and things centered around how we collect ADA. And there's some new exemptions and things that address independent study in the May revised, but it continues to expire at the end of the current year.
And that'll be including the omnibus trailer bill, along with other programs and services that are listed here. The majority of it is unchanged and does not affect Fund 01 in terms of a monetary figure.
Yeah, so
the reserve cap, I don't think we need to go into this tonight. If this becomes an issue, we'll talk about it at the budget public hearing and subsequent budget adoption. Sorry, Joel, I'm hijacking a couple of these slides. There's a couple more items we have to get to tonight. Here, I've already talked about pension relief. There's no increase in transportation. And then universal meals and the unduplicated pupil count is a concern not just of Santa Rosa City Schools, but a concern of all schools in the state of California. Now that parents and guardians aren't required to fill out a meal application in order to receive meals on a daily basis. So they're looking at ways to offset that. This slide is just more for information. These are laws that are going into effect that we are addressing, including universal meals, late start time that we've already addressed as a school district, menstrual products in facilities at all of our facilities, and then the requirement for students to fill out the FAFSA on an annual basis goes into law as well. So with that, I will say that this is certainly a positive May revision. We are still looking forward to further explanation of some of the items that we expect to come out with the governor's or the signed budget or the budget that's passed the governor on June 15th. And then certainly, especially with the discretionary funds, if those come as is, or if some are moved into a categorical like type program as part of the budget negotiation process. And we'll know that for certain when the omnibus trailer bill is signed, hopefully by the end of June, first week of July, that we can implement into the 45-day revision. With that, that concludes our presentation. We'll hand it back to the board.
All right, thank you, Rick. Thank you, Joel. Crossing fingers. Do we have any questions from the board? All right, members of the public wish to comment on this item?
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this item, the governor's May revision update to the proposed 2022-23 state budget, please raise your hand at this time. And it looks like we have one public comment from Anastasio. Anastasio, could you please state your last name for the record?
Yes, hello, my name is Anastasio Rose. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear out on how CCLA is going to be falling into this category, because on one of the BAB meetings, we were told that we weren't going to be able to use previous population numbers and categories at our school because Cook and CCLA combined, and our previous numbers were not going to be granted with this new proposal. So I just want to make sure that how is that going to be taken care of, and that if we are going to include previous populations at our school or not. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And there are no other hands raised at this time.
Great. All right, we're bringing it back to the board. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item E4. Okay, things are moving quickly, guys. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Rick. Agenda item E4, approval of memorandum of understanding with CSEA Chapter 75 regarding mandatory training. We have Assistant Superintendent Shepard coming up on stage to help us with this. The board will consider approving the MOU that was reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and the California School Employees Association collective bargaining representatives regarding mandatory training. Turning it over to you.
Thank you. This agenda item is very similar to a MOU we brought to you earlier in the year for SRTA. This is allowing us to move forward with mandated trainings on the designated principal workday in August, which will align with what we were doing with SRTA. And also a similar resolution for this year, CSEA members will be paid a stipend to provide proof of training and to acknowledge that this training needed to be done. So with that, I will leave it with you for any questions.
Board member questions? Seeing none, do we have members of the public who wish to speak to this agenda item?
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item E4, approval of memorandum of understanding with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 75 regarding mandatory training, please raise your hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
All right, bringing it back to the board. I see trustee Flores, your hand is raised.
Just a brief comment. I just want to say thank you for bringing equity to the CSCA bargaining unit in terms of these trainings. It doesn't go unnoticed. I just want to say that. Thank you.
And trustee Medina.
Move to approve the MOU with CSCA Chapter 75 regarding mandatory training.
Second.
All right, moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee, was that Manieri? All right, we're ready for a vote.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. Okay, moving on to agenda item E5. Stay right there, Mike. Approval of memorandum of understanding with CSEA Chapter 75 regarding special education assistance, initial salary step placement. The board will consider approving the MOU that was reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and the California School Employees Association's collective bargaining representatives regarding the special education initial salary step placement. Turn it over to you, Mike.
Thank you, President Sheffield. This MOU is allowing us temporary flexibility to, normally we can only hire employees in CSEA on step 1, but in order to attract some needed employees in special education assistance, this will allow us to place people with relevant experience up through step 6. And so with that, I will entertain any questions you have.
Trustee Flores.
Yes. Question, how will this affect if you hire someone from, I believe, SCO and they would like to stay for next year?
So Sonoma County Office of Ed is reducing some of their special education classes and they've laid off some employees. So kind of in partnership, we're going to advertise for those employees. They will have to go through a normal hiring process, but we believe that they might go elsewhere because we would normally only be able to place them at step 1. This will allow us to honor their years of service and bring them in up through step 6, and their seniority will be their actual date of hire with us. So the only effect is their step placement.
I guess all I'm saying is that we just have to be mindful in terms of what's going to happen next year in terms of making sure we retain them, because if this sunsets in August, then what happens thereafter?
Excellent. Once we place them in their step placement, that carries forward.
All right, other questions from the board? Seeing none, public comment?
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item E5, approval of an MOU with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 75, regarding special education assistance, initial salary step placement, please raise your hand at this time. And it looks like we have one hand raised from Karen Wagner.
Good evening, everyone. Being a special ed assistant myself, I do know that this is, a heavy workload. It takes a lot of patience. And one of my, I mean, I'm all for, being able to bring over SCO, candidates and everything that are trained and ready to go. My concern is a little bit about being like, if it's at the board discretion or the human resources discretion, if somebody comes in higher than what I'm at, and I've been there almost 19 years, I mean, you got to kind of look at that equity there too. So step 6 is pretty, up there. So hopefully a very qualified candidate would earn that step 6. That's all I just want to comment on.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
And there are no other hands raised.
All right, bringing it back to the board, I see trustee Medina.
Move to approve the MOU with CSEA Chapter 75 regarding special education assistance initial salary placement.
Second.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Manieri. We're ready for a vote.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong, Director McCormick, Director Flores,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. Moving on to agenda item E6, approval of a resolution for governing board elections for November. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
The board will consider approval of resolution number 2021-2262 in preparation for the November 8th, 2022 governing board elections as required by Sonoma County Office of Education. Presenting the item this evening, Superintendent Trunell.
And while I will not read as fast as you, thank you, Board President Sheffield, members of the board, staff, and community. In order for us to move forward with the potential of filling 3 board seats that are sunsetting or expiring in December of 2022, the board must take action on a resolution in order to fill regular openings at the November 8th, 2022 election. With that, I will hand it back to you, Board President Sheffield.
Okay, do we have questions from the board? Seeing none, go to the public for comment.
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on item E6, approval of a resolution for governing board elections, November 2022, please raise your hand at this time. And there are no hands raised.
Bringing it back to the board, trustee Medina's hand is raised.
Move to approve resolution number 2021-2022-62 in preparation for the November 8th, 2022 governing board elections as required by Sonoma County Office of Education.
Second.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Flores. We're ready for a vote.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong, Director McCormick, President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. Great. We are moving on to our F consent items. We had some items pulled. And I have them on my notes, but I'm not finding them. If somebody could help me out. Okay, we had items F5, F8, and 14 pulled. Thank you. Trustee Medina, you had requested items pulled.
Well, first, would we make first off, F1 is Director De La Cruz's absence excused, so we could approve F1.
Yes, so I'll make a motion to approve items F1 through 4, 6 and 7, and 9 through 13.
Okay, moved and seconded for agenda for F consent items F1 through 4, 6 through 7, 9 through 13, seconded by trustee Flores.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong, Director Medina,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Let's address our pulled items.
Okay, first on I think it was NWEA of the contracts, F5. I just want to confirm, it talked about it being an assessment. Is this like an assessment of work being done, or is it like like a standardized test type of assessment? I just want to clarify that.
Is the question about NWEA? Tim?
All right, maybe we could restate the question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify, like it talked about the assessment of students like 3 times a year. I just want to know, is it like an assessment of like work being done somehow, or is it like some sort of standardized test type of assessment that students take? That's all. I just kind of wanted to clarify on that part.
What type of assessment?
Yeah, thank you. So the assessment, if I'm understanding your question correctly, is a growth assessment. It's based on the ability to project kind of where students are in a trajectory. And it looks at growth 3 times a year, in the fall, the winter, and the spring. It correlates and can add on to what's going on with the any kind of interim assessment done on the CASP platform, but it does a little bit more projection. It also has a national norm as part of its standard, and it allows you then to compare things kind of on a broader scale for how students are doing with learning.
And the second question on the second NWA contract, there was 2 figures shown on the summary. I believe it was 36,600, but on the actual contract, it was just 36,000. Do we know which is the correct amount?
It's a little fuzzy on the audio for me.
So why the 2 different contracts? One is for licensing, one is for professional development.
No. The second, the professional one, on the contract summary, it lists 36,600, but on the actual the actual contract, it lists 36,000. So there's a $600 difference in those 2. I'm just wondering which is the correct one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they gave us an estimate on professional development. And at one point, I received 2 different estimates. So I believe the increase the services, because we looked at the actual amount of teachers to be served for professional development, and it was the 36,600. That would be correct. There's a larger number.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Move to approve F5.
Second.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Manieri. Ready for a vote?
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong. Director McCormick. Director Flores,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. Move on to the second pulled item, F8.
I'm going to skip my questions on F8 and just move to approve F8 as presented.
Second.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Manieri. Ready for a vote?
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong. Director McCormick. Director Flores,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. And the last pulled item, F14.
On the ethnic studies, the dance course, I just wanted to clarify. It looks like the PE and the visual performing arts courses are pretty much the same. I just wanted to confirm that was accurate in terms of like the structure.
That was dance and performance art.
Yep.
Yeah, well, one met a physical education requirement, one met a visual performance art requirement, but it seemed like the content was pretty much exactly the same. So I'm wondering if students then have to choose either one or the other graduation requirements, or can the course, I know it counts as ethnic studies, but can it count as both PE and visual performing arts? Or I just kind of wanted to clarify that. I wasn't sure.
Great question. So the course, as you mentioned, there's 2 different courses. A lot of the content is the same. For the one that counts as the VAPA, it does include meeting kind of common core standards in terms of writing in a research paper. When students are placed in classes, you will often have potentially 2 different courses in one section during the day.
And it will be important, they are named a little different. It'll be important that counselors are working with students and identifying what they're getting and what they're getting the credit for. And then the teacher will be responsible for adjudicating that extra research paper angle and content in the class with the appropriate students.
And this, by allowing it to count for 2 options, it opens up another elective for students. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that? The audio is a little fuzzy when you speak, sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
By counting as 2 items, this allows an additional elective to open up for students then? Is that correct?
What was the question?
By allowing, say that again.
One last time, sorry. Most of it's clear, but it's a little fuzzy.
By accounting for 2 graduation requirements, it then allows the opportunity for students to have an additional elective open. That's correct?
Well, once again, students will be taking the course as either the VAPA or the PE, so it will only count as one particular course. And then they'll have to, that decision will be made in conjunction with their counselor for what they need. And it'll be appropriately marked in the system for the teacher to do the work with them. And then they'll, have typical matriculation and choices, but it will not count for 2 specific courses besides the ethnic studies and the either VAPA or ethnic studies and PE. Is that clear?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry for the audio.
Probably my end. I'll move to approve F14 as presented.
Second.
Moved by trustee Medina to move forward F14, seconded by trustee Fong. Ready for a vote?
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Fong. Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to our G item. Thanks again, Tim. Approval of minutes, seeking approval, a motion for approval of minutes of our regular board meeting held on May 11, 2022.
Second.
Moved by trustee Flores, seconded by trustee McCormick. Ready for a vote?
Director Flores, Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Fong, Director Medina,
Aye.
President Sheffield.
Aye, motion passes. H items. Board members, do we have requests for information? All right, seeing none, we are going to move on to our items listed in the agenda packet. And before we adjourn, Superintendent Trunell, any last announcements?
Good night.
Well, I want to say congratulations to all of our graduates. We made it. Things moved very quickly at the end of this meeting, and I apologize for that. We're trying to get done in the next 30 seconds. So with that, I am going to adjourn the meeting. Hug your kids. Stay safe out there, everyone. Have a great evening.
Good night, everyone.
Buddy.